never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
Midnight hour is upon us, and we really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Well, thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Sommers on the radio. Got that hot shot secret and the diesel. You know it really makes this Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. How about you, Big Ed? Are you with me? Break 1-9 for that Carolina monkey gouger. Negatory there, hillbilly. You clean clear to Flagtown. Let her roll. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, whether rain or sleet or even snow. And it don't matter if you're in New York or Dallas, you'll catch it all on the Steve Sommers Show. We got that hot shot secret and the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Yeah, we're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive.
Yeehaw. Hey, go found that email. Back to the big moose. Here we go. Underway on, well, Wednesday. Yeah. Here comes midweek. And here comes our next big storm system. Things really just beginning to get underway out west. But this is going to be another one of those 2,000-mile treks from the west to the east. And in the mix will be a little bit of everything. We'll start out west because during the overnight hours Tuesday night into Wednesday morning. The snow is expected to begin. Right now, I'm seeing a little bit of snow. Primarily Wyoming and over into South Dakota. Look at just snowing in Riverton. In that zone, pretty much in between Casper and Jackson, Wyoming. So that's just kind of the beginning of the snow on the northern flank. Overnight, we're expecting snow to overspread portions of Utah, Idaho, Nevada. It's going to be moving in a southeasterly direction. In places like Salt Lake City, it may actually start off as a mix of rain and snow. I'm not really seeing much there in Utah just yet. That's going to be changing overnight. And eventually, snow's going to overspread the mountains in Colorado as this cold air moves into place and flows up the slope of the Rockies. Eventually, we're going to be seeing some widespread snow across eastern Colorado, several inches of snow to the communities along the Front Range from Fort Collins to Colorado Springs. As we head on through the day Wednesday, by the time we get to Wednesday evening, Denver, you're in the snow, the Mile High City, 3 inches expected by the time it's all said and done, and 3 to 6 in parts of areas west of Denver. At the airport itself, it may just be 1 to 3 inches. Areas further to the east, maybe some heavier accumulations. They're talking downtown, heavier amounts near a foot on the western slopes of the Rockies, which that's west of Denver. Snow is expected to begin falling in southern Colorado, northern New Mexico by the time we get into about sunrise Wednesday morning. So for our friends out west, Salt Lake City, Cheyenne, Santa Fe, New Mexico, all could pick up some accumulation. It's not going to be blockbuster accumulations in those areas. Really, it's when this storm gets further to the east into the central and northern portions of the Midwest. There is going to be a swath of maybe a foot and a half of snowfall. We'll get into that a bit more coming up here. But we will see some slippery road conditions there out west. It's kind of a weather whiplash. Denver had temperatures in the 50s, even some 60s last week. But here comes Wednesday. The forecasters there in Boulder, Colorado says back to winter Wednesday. As temperatures continue to drop, you're going to be actually into the upper 20s. Overnight lows are going to probably be in the middle teens by the time we get to Wednesday night and Thursday morning. So you're going from above normal to below normal in a very short amount of time. Yeah, the bitter cold's going to be most significant during the overnight hours. But it's actually going to be rather chilly even during the daytime hours. Last time you failed to get above the middle 30s in Denver was back toward the 1st of February. So there you go. That's the kind of the inception of the storm. Then as we progress, all right, we are seeing a lot of wind will be in the offing with this particular system. Let me flip over to the page here. We've got wind advisories stretching from northern portions of Mississippi, northeastern Arkansas, much of Kentucky, Indiana, a good chunk of Ohio. All going to be looking, I think, in our local area, southwest Ohio, here at the Secret Bunker, anticipating winds beginning to kick about 7 a.m. Wind advisories are in place from, I believe, 7 a.m. till 7 p.m. Gusts up to 40 miles per hour here as the storm approaches. Those winds are going to be bringing in that southerly flow. It's going to be the warmer air as temperatures are forecast to surge into the 60s for high temperatures here on Wednesday. We've already saw 24 hours ago, we were 20 degrees, I believe, outside the Secret Bunker. It's 45 tonight, and the warm-up continues with that southerly flow. But here's what we're looking at. Here's the concern. Forecasters have been watching out for what could very well be a major severe weather outbreak with this system. And the latest forecast shows a bit of a clearer picture how that outbreak's going to unfold here around midweek. This is all associated with the potent storm that's going to swing out of the Rockies and travel across the plains and the Mississippi Valley. Snow to the north and the western flank, but rain, showers, and even thunderstorms with the risk of tornadoes in the south central U.S. starting later on Wednesday evening. So we're a little less than 24 hours out before this is going to be unfolding. During the overnight hours, tomorrow night, we'll probably have a very active scenario. We'll be doing our best to keep up with potential active tornadoes even during those overnight hours. Winds, powerful straight-line winds could be approaching 80 miles per hour. Torrential rains that could unleash some flash flooding. And some of these supercells could unleash some very large hail, they tell us. Numerous major cities going to be in the path of this system. Dallas, Oklahoma City, on the western side. Forecasters have kind of highlighted areas extending to the east, including Little Rock, Memphis, and Nashville, even parts of western Kentucky, to be in that zone of potentially severe weather. Looks like right now there's still a slight risk, category 2 on a scale of 1 to 5 for tornadic activity there. Yeah, the cold side of the storm, as we said, unloading accumulating snow across that 2,000-mile stretch of the nation, stretching from the Texas and Oklahoma panhandle regions all the way up to the northeast to Atlantic Canada. Our first storms begin to erupt later today. Central portions of Texas and Oklahoma, especially during the overnight hours as the storm really begins to strengthen. Then during the day, Thursday, that looks like it's going to be kind of the real topsy-turvy day where the tornado threat is going to progress and increase from Louisiana, eastern Arkansas, southeastern Missouri, through parts of Mississippi, Tennessee, Alabama, and western Kentucky. We could see storms extending as far to the north as maybe the Ohio River and as far to the east as the southern Appalachians by Thursday night. In all, parts of 11 states will be under the threat of severe weather at some point this week. You know, we've got the jet stream that's configured in a way that's going to allow strong winds to sweep in dry air in the higher levels of the atmosphere, and that allows for these dangerous weather conditions. The setup creates a lot of wind shear, which typically not only favors thunderstorms with damaging wind gusts, but also the potential for tornadoes. The severe nature of these storms is going to produce some localized torrential downpours. We could be talking flash flooding in parts of the central states. As the storm moves to the northeast, it'll lose some of its potential to produce thunder and lightning, but it's still going to carry a lot of moisture. It's going to be a prolific rainmaker for parts of the Ohio Valley, the central and southern Appalachians. I do know on the northeast, when this storm eventually makes it to the northeast, some of the coastal areas there, they're telling us, could actually encounter near hurricane force winds. So again, we'll be talking about this for the next couple of days. Right now, we're looking at, what do we see here? Looking at the color codes. Winter storm watches. Here's going to be the zone where you'll see the potential for some of the heaviest accumulations of snow in some areas approaching 12 to possibly 18 inches. That's going to start in north central Oklahoma through southeastern and east central portions of Kansas. Yeah, that swath of heavy snow then crosses northern Missouri on up into northern Illinois and northern portions of Indiana. It's amazing. Chicago, I know you were at 50 degrees this past day. You're going to see a transition to potentially some snow as this storm unfolds. And then already flash flood watches stretching from the southern portions of Missouri into southern portions of Illinois, on up into northern Indiana, northwestern portions of Ohio, and all in that zone. You've got the wind advisories. It's going to be if you're out there with the wiggle wagons, you're going to have both hands on the wheel trying to stay in your lane with this storm over the next couple of days. So there you go. Quick look at some of our travelers' weather. We'll share more of what we anticipate with this multifaceted storm. But right out of the box, look at all of our friends that have already checked in via YouTube and Facebook. OvernightDriveRadio.com on the iPhone or Android app. TNCRadio.live on your Android or iPhone or your streaming service. Todd on board, first out of the box via Facebook. Good morning. Central Florida checking in. There's Richard. Dale is in Jacksonville at this hour. Got 58 degrees. It's better than you were about this time last week, isn't it, Dale? Hello to Zorro. Let's have a safe night, everybody. Let's go, Brandon. Heat wave back on board. There you go. Morning from Barstow, California. Cloudy, 40 degrees. Richard in Central Florida's got 61 at this hour. Hello from breezy Grand Rapids, Michigan. There's John Bruce Ferguson, 29 degrees. The wind chill, the bone-chilling winds making it feel like 13 right now. Hello, Steve, in the overnight drive. Be safe out there, drivers. Hello to 10:30 a.m., then head back to the warmer air in Nashville, Tennessee tomorrow. Gilligan on board. Hello, Steve. All the listeners out there. My family will be praying for Maverick's family. Have you confirmed? I saw your message about the passing of Maverick on one of the boards. If that is, which I'm not sure, is that Danny Reese? We knew him as Maverick and John the Monkey over all the years. I was kind of scouring around. It was kind of crazy. Over the weekend, I actually got a friend request from Danny Reese, and I was already friends with Maverick on Facebook. And I don't know if maybe his Facebook was hacked or something. So, yes, if anyone knows, maybe give us a ring. I'd hate to hear of his passing, but that's the buzz out there. Miguel on board. Morning, Steve. Checking in from Florida City, Florida. I'm actually off tonight, but I thought I'd check in. No line haul runs for me tonight. FedEx gave me a random drug test to do, but I'm not worried. Praying for Pappy's daughter and hoping for some updates there. Stay safe, overnight drive. Crew out there, keep the rubber side down. Captain Ron, good morning there. 52 at the Florida-Georgia line this morning. Semper Fi. Bama checking in from Tuscumbia, Alabama, headed to Gadsden. Did you see the video of the students out in Nevada protesting for the mask mandates to be reinstated? It's pretty damn ridiculous. Also, Fidel Jr. is about to screw around and find out if he keeps trying to play dictator. Fidel Jr. You talking about Trudeau? I think that's what he's referring to. Yeah, that is one of our headlines, which reads, "Hold the line. Canadian truckers dig in despite the new police powers there." Larry on board. Good afternoon. All hammer down. Be safe out there. Mr. Q checking in this morning. Hey, it was good to have your call there, Mr. Q, last evening. Timothy, morning. Big 30 degrees here in Rocky Mount, Virginia. How long will the show air tonight? It was 1 hour, 7 minutes on Facebook last night. You know, I have no idea what occurred there. Someone else had called last evening saying, I think it was Mr. Q, said that somehow the Facebook dropped off. I'm not really sure what that was about. John Bruce, some drivers would drive better smoking a big old fatty. You're talking about Miguel and his drug test? I don't think that would work there, John. Michigan Madman on board. Hello to all the listeners out there. There's Stephen from Southern California. Norman checking in from north central Kansas. Got 54 degrees and a full moon. That's right. Full moon tonight. Happy hump day, Norman. All right. Eskimo Mom, howdy from Indiana. Got a 3-stop pedal tonight to start. Enjoying the heat wave while we have it. It's not going to last long, Eskimo Mom. Did you see where we're going to be like in the lower 60s Wednesday? And by Friday night, we're going to be back like to the upper teens, close to 20 degrees. What a flip-flop. But a beautiful moonlit night so far. Winds are beginning to pick up, got 38 degrees. Hello to the Rambler. Good morning, God's children. Checking in tonight from I-65 northbound to Montgomery. Hopefully, maybe we'll get some more info on the Durham investigation. Yes, we will. After the show, maybe check out the Michael Savage podcast and the interview he had with President Trump. Okay, thanks for the heads up there, Rambler. Lauren Weiss, two-time world champion bull hauler. Good morning, Steve. Shout out to the Carolina Monkey Gouger from Brighton, Colorado tonight. Lars, well, hello. It's been a while. You had to beat the Widowmaker. Ooh. All right, well, I'm glad you pulled through that one, Lars. Good morning from Port Huron, Michigan. There's John on the way to Stony Creek, Ontario. Pappy checking in. Let's see, 32 degrees outside the window of Children's Hospital tonight. Daughter is sleeping, comfortable, showing signs of improvement. 2 thumbs up there. That's good news. Thank you, Pappy. Everybody be safe out there. That's good news. All right. Let's see, Roy. Yes, 21 degrees. Let's see. Toby checking in this morning. I-465 at the 7-mile marker at a standstill. They're taking out an overpass at exit 8. This is the westbound side around Indianapolis tonight. So some construction slowdowns, delays there. Buckeye Boy checking in from Ackworth, Georgia, got 49 degrees, had a very pleasant day. Got another pretty day coming on here Wednesday. See, don't know if you saw the Facebook post, but I read that Maverick had passed away. I saw that post. Again, I haven't got a confirmation. I've loved listening to him when he would call in over the many, many years. I'll miss those crazy antics with John the Monkey. A great loss for the Overnight Drive family. Have a great night, and everybody be careful out there. I'm thinking, I know, obviously, there would be more than one Maverick out there, but all right, looking at 20 past the hour. It is 844-844-3388 as we get things underway this Wednesday morning. Lots to cover, and we'll delve into it right after this. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you one of those truck drivers that came home after a long haul and found the only thing waiting for you was a stack of IRS letters? Your significant other was gone, but your newfound IRS problem is still there. I've heard this story many times over the years. While I can't help you with your broken heart, I can fix your tax problems. If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed for many years, call me for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Like I always say, you keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS.
145 over 92.
180 over 111.
I had a heart attack and a cardiac arrest, and then a stroke.
Your blood pressure numbers could change your life. Lowering your high blood pressure could save you from a heart attack or stroke. If you've stopped your treatment plan, restart it or talk to your doctor about creating one that works better for you. Start taking the right steps at manageyourbp.org.
Now I'm, trying to get better, stronger than ever.
Brought to you by the American Heart Association, American Medical Association, and the Ad Council.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Stiction.
found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, that's our number. Yes, indeed. 844-844-3388. Let me jump right up to Gilligan. What's going on this morning?
Oh, not much. Steve, I'm going to give you what information I have on this. The post I read was from Kim Smart. Is that his daughter? Is that his Maverick's daughter?
I honestly, I don't know the names of any of his children or anything, so.
Okay. Well, I spoke to Big Ed, on Messenger. He said he contacted Goodrich. What he understands, unfortunately, it is the Mavericks.
Okay, because that's what I was thinking.
Unfortunately.
I knew Goodrich would have been the one that, because they were definitely in touch on a regular basis, but I haven't talked to Goodrich in quite some time. So if you talk to Goodrich and he said it was Maverick, that's Maverick.
Yeah, unfortunately, But I'd like to send my condolences to the entire family. I never got the opportunity to meet him, but I guess we'll see him on that big truck stop in the sky eventually.
So did they have any word on, did he have a heart attack or something? Any idea?
Nothing I've heard.
Okay.
Yeah. But I only spoke, it was through Messenger on Facebook's how I talked to Big Ed. So. Yeah. Well, thank you, Steve. I'm just passing on what information I have.
Okay. Well,
I'll probably call in later.
Thank you much. All right. Well, it's Danny Reese, as he was known. And here I was looking forward to, because, he's from right there in the Louisville area. And he would always make his way up there to the Mid-America Truck Show just to say hi and check in with everybody. So, all right. I hate to hear that. Now, he retired from YRCW. How many years has it been? As the time flies so quickly. After retiring from YRC, he did spend one summer hauling the equipment for, I believe it was the Blue Angels. Yeah, all the sound equipment for wherever the Blue Angels were going to be having an air show or whatnot. He was hauling the sound equipment. After that gig, he was driving a coach bus here and there around the country, and until the COVID thing came out. And he did check in with us a couple of times on the program and said, especially early on, back in mid-2020, when the great concern was staying 6 feet apart from everybody, the social distancing and all that. And he didn't feel real good at his age about being in a bus all cooped up with all those people breathing and whatnot, trying to avoid coming down with COVID. But good old Danny, Maverick, and John the Monkey, they will be missed. All right, with that, from the email bag, who we got? Art, I guess it is. The greatest radio show. Hello to all the guys out there and gals hauling all the freight up and down the highways and byways, and the Steve Sommers Show, the greatest show on earth. Thanks for all you do, Steve, keeping us all informed. Go by the handle, Chrome Nuts, Memphis, Michigan. And how did that ultrasound go? I had one of those a few months ago. Let us know. Got my radio blasting. Yes, they got the results back. Unbelievably, in a few hours. They didn't see anything. I called my daughter-in-law, pulled up, because she was a nurse and she knows how to read all this stuff, but they didn't really see anything unusual on the ultrasound. So, like I said, they were looking for gallstones, because I've had some of those. I had one, it was about a 4-day period with the pain and the upper right quadrant and the indigestion and heartburn and all that just would not go away. And I was doing some research, and that looked like, according to the, dark urine and things of that nature, where your body's trying to flush out the fat. So I just kind of assumed, asked my doctor about it, and that's why he recommended the ultrasound. So I guess that's good news, right? Yeah, no news is good news. But rolling up on news break, bottom of the hour just ahead here. Let me quickly, before we get back with more of your calls this morning, if you want to jump on board, by the way, it's 844-844-3388. The protest continues, the trucker-led protest in Ottawa. No signs of breaking down Tuesday, despite the newly invoked state of emergency that granted wide new powers to law enforcement to end the weeks-long protests. One day after Trudeau invokes the Emergencies Act, the truckers appear undeterred. If anything, actually hardening their stance to move their big rigs in positions that are going to be tougher to dislodge. Holding up signs reading, "Hold the line." One protester, who just gave his name as Tyler, said, "Truckers are not going anywhere." He was sitting at the wheel of his truck parked outside Parliament. Now, authorities have, until now, been unable to end this movement, which they're trying to say has paralyzed the capital of Ottawa for more than 2 weeks. And, of course, the U.S. border crossing there. Some of the, what was the report this past day? They're trying to allude to $1 billion in economic loss as the Ambassador Bridge was shut down for the period of time that it was. A lot of trade was disrupted. All right, facing intense criticism over his failure to dislodge the protesters, Ottawa's police chief actually abruptly resigned this past day. Now, I'm thinking along the lines, when we shared the story everyone saw the video, the little 4'8", 78-year-old man that was manhandled by the police, kind of bloodied and bruised for honking his horn about a week ago. Remember when Pappy called the program and said, "What the hell's wrong with these police? If you're going to ask me to go in and bust heads for something as ignorant as this, I'm not going to do it." With the Emergency Powers Act implemented, I think Trudeau and whatnot is trying to force Ottawa's police chief, to force his officers, to get out there and start taking a stance that he felt he did not want to participate in. So he said, that's it. You can take this job and shove it, which I don't blame him. Right there, though, we'll get a quick news break and much more to cover. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
Some members of the GOP are vowing to investigate Hillary Clinton if the Republican Party gains control in this year's midterm elections. Representative Dan Bishop of North Carolina, who will be on the House Judiciary Committee next year, spoke to Newsmax on Tuesday.
Everything the president said about being spied on, his intuition was exactly right. This is the worst scandal in political scandal in American history. It makes Watergate look like nothing. And, to your question about whether people will see consequences, we are going to get to the bottom of this. We're going to send the subpoenas. We're going to find out the full extent of what has happened.
Ukraine has experienced recent cyber attacks. On Tuesday, Ukraine's private bank, the country's Ministry of Defense and Armed Forces, and a separate bank were victimized. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Are you taking Viagra and tired of paying $50 per tablet? Marley Drug has generic Viagra for just $10 per tablet. $10 for generic Viagra is a savings of $40 per dose. Call now and get free shipping on 10 tablets or more of generic Viagra. Marley Drug is a North Carolina pharmacy licensed in all 50 states. For information, go to marleygenerics.com or call us at 800-515-3062. That's 800-515-3062.
The greatest radio shows of all time.
Frank Sinatra as
Rocky Fortune.
Classic Radio Theater.
Matt Dillon, United States Marshal.
The story of Dr. Kildare.
The Pepsodent Show, starring Bob Hope.
The greatest radio shows of all time. Classic Radio Theater with Wyatt Cox. On this radio station or wherever podcasts are served, just by searching for Classic Radio Theater with Wyatt Cox. That's Classic Radio Theater with Wyatt Cox.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
The Hotshot Secret Facebook page gets a lot of robust Q&A about diesel problems and their solutions. We listen to our customers. Here are their words straight from their mouths about Hotshot Secret everyday diesel treatment. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm John Sharp, a.k.a. Jay Sharp from Newburgh, Pennsylvania. Using EDT, my local fuel mileage went to average of 22 to 23, and my highway MPG went to 26 to 28.
Hi, I'm Danny. I'm from Arizona. I drive a 02 Ford Excursion. I use EDT at every fill-up, and my mileage went from 12.5 miles to gallon to 14 miles per gallon. I highly recommend it.
Everyday diesel treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolate. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support system to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
To some people, the sound of a baby babbling doesn't mean much. But that's not necessarily true. By 6 months, they're combining vowels and consonants. By 9 months, they're trying out different kinds of sounds. And by 12 months, their babbling is beginning to take on some meaning. Especially if there's no babbling at all. Little to no babbling by 12 months or later is just one of the possible signs of autism in children. Early screening and intervention can make a lifetime of difference and unlock a world of possibilities. Take the first step at autismspeaks.org. A public service announcement brought to you by Autism Speaks and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
And one other update in regards to the ongoing protests north of the border. As we mentioned, Ottawa's police chief abruptly resigning this past day. Other side of the country, the trucks with horns blaring rolled out of the southern Alberta town of Coutts across from Montana, kind of ending the siege there, which had disrupted cross-border trade for 2 weeks there as well. Now, police earlier this week had arrested 11 people at the crossing, seizing some guns and ammunition, they said. This all one day after the Prime Minister invoked the Extraordinary Emergency Powers Act to try to end what they're calling the occupation of Ottawa and elsewhere around the country. But as you said, in Ottawa, the bumper-to-bumper demonstration, hundreds of truck drivers, has not relented, not moving, holding the line, as they say, at least at this point in time. I guess there was another piece, totally separate subject. All this hype about Russia invading Ukraine as early as, 24 hours ago, saying it's going to happen by the end of the week. What's going on? Russia's President Vladimir Putin announcing this past day that, let's talk about this. He's ready to discuss Russia's security concerns with the U.S. and NATO, agreeing to pull some of those troops away from Ukraine. Now, ahead of those remarks, the Russian military announced some of the units positioned near Ukraine are returning to their home bases. So it almost sounds like, is it over? Is the threat over? In a Kremlin transcript of a Monday meeting between Putin and the Russian defense minister, the Russian military official characterized the military activity near Ukraine as just a series of military readiness drills to practice defending against various types of hypothetical enemy attacks. Some of the drills have finished. Others will end soon. You even got word that military defense officials there in Russia are saying this has really all been the likes of the Biden administration hyping these attacks. U.S. officials are taking this skeptically, I guess you'd have to say. I guess celebrations broke out in Ukraine. What they were celebrating as a day of unity, like the threat has ended sort of thing. Meanwhile, the United States says, you can't believe everything Russia says. They could very well still attack. Who knows? But I guess with the tensions coming down a couple of notches with that announcement, obviously the markets like those sort of things. And oil prices, one of the contributing factors to this run-up approaching $100 per barrel. Maybe we'll see oil prices begin to retreat if indeed this continues and Russia begins to negotiate with NATO and the United States. But again, that's a developing story over the past day. Eagle's on the line this morning. What's happening, Eagle?
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Go ahead. What's happening?
Yeah, I didn't get to call in on Sunday or Monday, man. I don't know. I hope I didn't catch that China virus over the weekend. I was watching the Super Bowl, and I started getting chills as the game went on, and about the fourth quarter, I started when Cincinnati looked like they were going to win the ball game. I don't know what happened. I had to go to the bathroom, so I missed the end of the game, the Super Bowl game. But I'm starting to feel a little bit better now. I don't know what the hell it was, but my stomach is cramped up pretty bad. I ain't never had that much pain in a long time.
Wow.
And chills and everything. So, I don't know if it was the China virus or what the hell it was, but I'm still out here on the road tonight, I mean. So hopefully I'll feel a lot better tomorrow when I wake up and start rolling. But, yeah, Steve, I want to talk about a couple of things that's don't transpired since the last time I talked to you. First thing is the situation in Canada. And it all goes back, and this applies to every truck driver in the United States of America is listening tonight. What's happening in Canada, my friend, is going to be happening in the USA. Preview of what's going to be happening in the USA, Steve, with Mr. Trudeau. It's just a matter of time before Joe Biden puts his foot down and do the same thing that Trudeau is doing, brother. If you think I'm lying, just sit back and watch it, and you'll see in the next few months what happens in the USA. So don't get too cocky and American truck drivers thinking that your situation is better than Canada, because I promise you it's not. Now, here's the deal. Like I heard several of your other callers call in last night, Steve. You got some callers that claim that they live in Canada. Okay, now what they did last week, I watched it on television because I was at home on Friday last week when they shut the Ambassador Bridge down. What they did over those days, 3 or 4 days, was against the law. See, like a couple of your other callers said last night, you have a right to protest, but you don't have a right to block an international bridge costing up to millions and billions of dollars of goods going into Canada and coming back out of Canada, brother. So Trudeau had every right to do what he did, and believe me, I don't like Trudeau, and I don't like what he stands for. But what they did was breaking the law, and they had to be removed from them. Now, what's going on in Ottawa? I have no problem whatsoever with the occupation of Ottawa, because that's exactly what needs to happen for Mr. Trudeau to see that these truck drivers are not playing games, and they're not going to leave into these mandates or delete it and get done away with, which doesn't look like it's going to happen, because Trudeau is not even talking or communicating with these people. So I don't know what side this thing is going to finally end up in Canada, but it looks like it's going to be a long process, it looks to me. Now, here's how it goes. I told you this over the years I've talked to you, Steve. Truck drivers never stick together as a group. That's the reason why we're in the position that we're in right now in Canada and the United States. They said that they were going to form some type of protest in California for the Super Bowl. Nothing originated to happen. They claimed that they were going to travel across America, Washington, D.C., and arrive on March 1st in Washington, D.C. It's not going to happen either, because truck drivers don't know how to organize as a group, and we're always going to be looked at as second-class or third-class citizens, even though we should be looked at as number one, because we keep America going and we keep Canada going. But until truck drivers come together as a group, Steve, we're always going to be looked down upon, and that's the reason why people like that loser Trudeau puts his nose up in the air to truck drivers. This guy here thinks that he's too good to step out of his office and talk to a truck driver. He thinks that we're low-class scumbags. That's basically what it boils down to. So until the truck drivers stick together and form together as a unit, stop looking at race and stop looking at this guy's a black truck driver, this guy's a white truck driver, this guy's a Mexican truck driver. It doesn't matter what color you are. You all driving the same truck on the same interstate. And until we form together as one group, we're never going to come together. We're always going to be looked down upon, Steve. Now, let me say this one last thing right quick about Joe Biden, his situation. Okay, it's been coming to know. I've been talking to you about this guy. This guy's a bogus president. He shouldn't be in the White House to begin with. Donald Trump said it. It's coming. Like I said, it was clear a long time ago that Hillary Clinton and Barack Obama were spying on Donald Trump. They had cameras, they had audio and everything inside of the White House before the election. And nothing has come about it. Hillary still is in jail. Joe Biden ain't going to jail. His son ain't jail. Ain't none of the Democrats going in jail because we're living in a rigged system, just like Donald Trump said, Steve. And like I said, for people that got their hopes up for 2024, don't get your hopes up too much because, like I say, I want to see Donald Trump in the White House just as much as anybody else. But in a rigged system, unfortunately, Donald Trump will probably get the door slammed in his face again and will be stuck with another Democrat for the next 4 years. And I thank you for taking my call tonight.
Eagle, thank you very much. And as far as the truckers standing together, if you weren't with us for last evening's program, I was trying to break down. There's apparently now 3 separate groups trying to organize convoys. Starting in early March. One of them supposedly going to head out like March the 1st. Another, what were they going to? I think the biggest, as far as social media joining in and vowing that they will participate, is supposed to be the big rally on March the 4th and 5th in California. After which they will start the convoy on March the 6th. Headed for Washington, D.C. And I mentioned it seems like some of these other groups are throwing in. This was all initially about the trucker mandate for vaccination, cross-border truckers being forced to take the shot. No freedom of choice. That was supposed to be the initial premise of this. Some of these other groups are now coming out with, we're over-regulated. We've got this and we've got that. And you start getting this fractured message. And when that begins to happen, it's not going anywhere. You're not going to get, you're right as far as getting the trucking community to solidify around one message. Can't have all this fractured stuff. I mentioned oil prices, though. I kind of figured that with news of tensions dropping, that prices would come down. The latest from Reuters here, just a couple of hours ago, oil prices steadied on Wednesday. Other side of the world where they're hours ahead of us. After dropping more than 3% in Tuesday's session, as investors gauged the impact of the easing tension with Ukraine. But we still have tight global supplies and recovering demand for fuel. The numbers say Brent traded at $93.19 a barrel, which was down like 10 cents. This is Wednesday's number early on. It dropped 3.3% after the announcement that Russia was pulling back some of their troops near Ukraine, but yet to be verified by the United States. U.S. West Texas Intermediate also held steady and last traded at $92.13 per barrel after dropping 3.6% in Tuesday's session. See, just Monday alone, we were talking some of the highest numbers for oil trading since back in 2014. On Monday, Brent hit $96.78 per barrel. West Texas Intermediate was $95.82. The price of Brent crude up 50% over the past year. West Texas Intermediate up about 60% in 2021. All right, looking at 9 before the hour. Get a quick 2-minute timeout. Come back with your calls. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Honorary Forest Ranger Betty White here, lending a hand to my dear friend Smokey Bear, because for years he's only said,
only you can prevent wildfires.
But there's a lot more to say. Like if you park your car on tall, dry grass, the hot exhaust pipe can start a wildfire. So keep the animals safe, especially the cute shirtless one. Go to SmokeyBear.com to learn more about wildfire prevention. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Yeah, thanks to one of our listening friends. Just sent me the link to the headline out of that was Mike, a.k.a. Deranger. The Give, Send, Go crowdfunding website apparently hacked, raising money for the Canadian truck drivers there. Actually, apparently taken offline after a hack that apparently included leaking of donors' personal information. Visitors to the Give, Send, Go website were redirected to a separate domain called Give, Send, Gone, WTF, which apparently just showed a video loop from the Disney animated film Frozen. The video included captions criticizing Give, Send, Go and its donors as grifters and hatriots, as they called them, using the platform to fund an insurrection. Now, according to the website The Verge, the names, email addresses, zip codes, and country of origin of some 93,000 donors was leaked to a hosting website called Distributed Denial of Secrets. More than half the donors, they say, were actually based here in the United States. So after, of course, right on the heels of GoFundMe, refusing to distribute the $10 million in donations to the truckers there, the alternative was Give, Send, Go. Give, Send, Go's been around since, 2014. And they kind of designate themselves as a Christian donating location. Here's the scoop. Give, Send, Go bills itself as the #1 free Christian crowdfunding platform. Again, founded in 2014 as an alternative to GoFundMe. Because GoFundMe removes campaigns if they don't agree with whatever the agenda is, if it's too controversial, they say. Now, there were Texas, I think we had 3 other states last week that said they're actually going to investigate GoFundMe after they blocked users from donating to the Canadian protest. All right, after GoFundMe banned the donations, everybody jumped over to Give, Send, Go, which became the most popular crowdfunding platform for those looking to support the Canadian truckers. Give, Send, Go did release a statement that says it was attacked by malicious actors on Sunday attempting to eliminate the ability of their users to raise funds. There was a broadcasted breach showing one such actor illegally hacking into GiveSendGo and distributing the names and emails of donors of the Freedom Convoy campaign. Now, they say no credit card information was leaked in the hack. That's good. GiveSendGo said that their IT personnel spotted the hack and shut down the site to prevent further illegal actions. We are in a battle, they say. We didn't expect it to be easy, but this has not caused us to be afraid. We will not back down, they say. Hello to the heat wave. What's happening there this morning?
Good morning, senor. Well, cloudy, windy out here in Mojave, California. Not doing too bad. Yeah, you know, that's funny how these people will go out of their way to support BLM and Antifa, but when and they're not peaceful protesters. They are violent protesters. Yet here it is, the truckers in Canada doing a peaceful protest, and oh hell no, we can't have that. You know, the hell is these people's problems? I mean, we are living in bizarro world. Everything that should be good has been perverted, and everything that's perverted has been turned good. Do you understand any of this? Because I sure don't.
Like you said, we live in an alternate universe. Yes,
unfortunately. Hey, what I was listening to Sean Hannity and that idiot, that moron that couldn't find anything in Al Capone's vault. What is his name?
Geraldo.
Something or another. Geraldo, yeah, there you go. See, I mean, I don't care for the guy, and, you know, he's been such a pain in everybody's backside that you just forget his name. What? He was saying that the American Trucking Association and the Teamsters have condemned the protest by the Canadian truckers. I guess the upcoming protest on this side of the border. What have you heard anything about what their what the ATA and the Teamsters have said about these protests?
Honestly, I haven't heard from any of those big groups like that. I've not seen or heard anything. That's a good question. I did share last evening that we now have not one, but like 3 different groups trying to organize. But I tell you what, let me pause there. Let's take care of our top of the hour news update as we close out hour number 1 here on a Hump Day Wednesday, coming on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
The GOP wants answers on the U.S.'s botched exit from Afghanistan.
Republicans on the House Oversight Committee are demanding access to all documents on the U.S. withdrawal from Afghanistan. Top Republicans on the panel have written a letter to Secretary of State Anthony Blinken and Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin, among others in the administration. The letter likens a chaotic Afghan exit to the fall of Saigon at the end of the long Vietnam War. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
The families of 9 victims of the Sandy Hook Elementary School shooting have agreed to a $73 million settlement of a lawsuit against the maker of the rifle used to kill 20 first graders and 6 educators in 2012. The plaintiffs claimed Remington marketed the rifle used in the shooting to at-risk males. The company denied the allegations. This is USA Radio News.
You know, I've told y'all how much my feet hurt from time to time, and I've also told you how much I enjoy getting to work because right here under my desk I have a pair of my slippers. Mike Lindell's new invention with patented fill, the My Pillow fill that, he works in the pillow so well, comfort memory foam, patented impact gel, and it has an indoor-outdoor sole for all-day use. Right now, they are on sale. If you go to mypillow.com, click on the radio listener square, you will see My Pillow slippers at 50% off, but only for a limited time. Plus, you'll get Mike's softcover book, What Are the Odds? From Crack Addict to CEO. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener square, use my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175. Use my promo code USA. Savings on overstock items, too, at MyPillow.com.
The Biden administration is telling Congress it needs an additional $30 billion to press ahead with the fight against COVID-19. Two people familiar with the details told the Associated Press the request includes earmarks for vaccines, testing, and preparation for future variants. Meanwhile, the governors in Democratic-led states are lifting coronavirus restrictions. In related news, Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau has invoked the Emergencies Act to crack down on protesters speaking out against the country's COVID-19 restrictions. With no need for court orders, banks can freeze personal accounts of anyone linked with the protests. While several provinces have dropped their COVID-19 mandates in recent days, Trudeau has doubled down. And rising prices for lumber are once again adding to worries of soaring home prices. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Bingo fun fact number 6. Americans spend over $90 million weekly on bingo. Why? When you can play Bingo Treasure for free. Go to bingoRadioUSA.com. Play from any device, your smartphone, tablet, or computer. The account is free. The play is free. Play one card. Play more. Chat with other players. Meet new friends. All free at bingoRadioUSA.com. That's bingoRadioUSA.com. Bingo from any device. Hurry. Free accounts are limited.
Inflation in the U.S. is jumping once again.
Wholesale inflation in the United States exploded again last month, rising 9.7% from a year earlier, in a sign that price pressures remain high at all levels of the economy. The Labor Department said that its Producer Price Index, which measures inflation before it reaches consumers, jumped just over 1% from December. The year-over-year increase was down from the record 9.8 recorded in both November and December, but was well above what the Biden administration's economists were expecting. Last week, the government reported that inflation at the consumer level has already soared in the past year at its highest rate in more than 4 decades. From the USA Radio Washington Bureau, I'm John Hunt.
Attorneys for the family of a cinematographer shot and killed on the set of the film Rust are suing Alec Baldwin and the movie's producers for wrongful death. Lawyers for Halyna Hutchins' family announced the lawsuit on Tuesday. At least 4 other lawsuits have been filed over the shooting. Baldwin was pointing a gun at Hutchins during setup for filming in New Mexico on October 21st when the gun went off, killing Hutchins and wounding the director, Joel Souza. Baldwin's attorney responded to the lawsuit, saying any claim that Baldwin was reckless is, quote, entirely false. For USA Radio News, I'm Katie Lewis.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Talking to Heatwave there. This whole idea that we live in what backwards world, bizarro world. Can't help but wonder what's going on. Yeah, here in the news update there. Did you catch that first story? The school shooting. I think, what was it, Remington? Got to pay $73 million because some deranged kid shot up a school and killed, 10 students? I believe it was 10 people. Are we now going to hold General Motors or Toyota responsible for those that were killed when the deranged individual plowed into the crowd? Trying to remember what that scenario was a few weeks ago. I mean, isn't that the same premise? How is the manufacturer of an automobile or the manufacturer of a gun? What about the guy that went on a stabbing spree here over the weekend, somewhere out there in New Mexico? I think he stabbed a total of, 11 people? I don't think any are dead, but can they now sue the manufacturer of the knife? Backwards world. I'll tell you what. All right, Heatwave, you still there?
Yeah, still here. Can you hear me?
I got you. Yes, sir.
Okay, just coming up at the Hatchby, and they said high wind warning. It's like, when has it not been windy on this trip so far?
Right.
Yeah, I had no idea about the stabbing until this morning when I looked at the local newspaper. I was at the Mr. Gas, where they had a incident on Friday. They reported 2 individuals were in the separate restrooms there doing drugs. And so they called the state police. One trooper arrived, parked behind the guy's car, which was a really nice Cadillac, until he decided to use it as a battering ram. Both suspects got into the car, rammed the police cruiser, and took off with the state trooper in hot pursuit. He pulled what they call a pit maneuver, where they tap him on the backside to spin him out. Well, apparently he wrecked. The suspect wrecked. State police officer got out. Backup was on its way, but unfortunately for the officer, he was shot. Now, thank goodness it was in the shoulder, not life-threatening, but the suspects took off and went into Albuquerque. The state police captain or whatever for the Albuquerque area, he was up there doing a press conference. Says, "Well, here we are again." And he said, "If I don't sound happy, it's because I'm not." The governor's got this Get Tough on Crime bill, which basically just lets everybody go that's been, accused of heinous crimes, because they don't want them to be financially burdened. But he was griping about that, and the news media, in their haste to be number one in reporting, got it entirely wrong as far as the apprehension or the capture of the suspects. 3 different times they were wrong.
Wow.
And I said, they couldn't be that damn stupid. The state police must have said, let's report it this way to throw the suspects off. But I mean, they couldn't even get it right the first time. So I'm hoping it was a ploy by the state police to make these local news medias look like a bunch of damn fools, like they are, or it was just gross negligence on the news media for reporting things that didn't happen until they finally said, "Yes, we caught both of these people."
Mm-hmm.
I'm somewhat of a local hero there at that particular gas station. I walked in this morning and I said, I can't leave this place for 1 week without stuff happening. And they were laughing about it, because earlier in the pandemic, some little old biddy was in there screaming and hollering at the top of her lungs about how evil we were for not sparing her potential harm by not wearing a mask. And I just said, I didn't pay attention to her. But then she pointed that bony finger at me and told me I was the biggest, hypocrite in there. And I'm looking around like, who are you talking to? And I just told her to shut the hell up. And she walked out. And ever since then, the manager of that place and the employees is like, you're our hero, But, Geraldo was complaining, saying that the ATA and the Teamsters had denounced this blockade of the bridges and of the city, stating that, we are terrorists, basically, disturbing the trade, and I agree with Eagle on some things, but, this last call, what these governments are doing to us should be illegal. And how else are we to show our displeasure with the different mandates and these crazy dictates by Nancy Boy up there, that whatever they call that Karen, what's his name, Trudeau?
Justin Trudeau.
Seriously,
yes.
he looks like he looks like a little Nancy Boy, and this blithering idiot in the White House. Oh, you guys are racist and terrorists. Well, that's going to infuriate most everybody driving, because it ain't just the Caucasian community that's driving these trucks around. It's a whole lot of color out here that are driving these trucks. And, we don't take too kindly being called, potential terrorist nor racist. I am a military member. I'm a veteran of the United States Air Force. I gave the government a carte blanche check to cash in at any time in case the crap hit the fan and they needed someone on the front lines to go out there and say, let's clean this up and clean that up too. So I really do not appreciate being called a potential domestic terrorist. So with that said, I didn't see any of that football game Sunday rather. I hit the hay, and I told Rambler, I said, I'm going to miss your thing, and I'm going to miss the Super Bowl because I just cannot stay awake.
Uh-huh.
So my understanding is, was it a 3-point game or a 1-point game at the end?
23-20 was the final.
And I seen your post saying, the first 54 minutes,
right,
clean field, and the next 6 was nothing. It looked like a bunch of bird droppings out there too.
Flags everywhere, flag. Yep.
Yeah. Well, you got a young quarterback. You got a team that looks like they finally got their head on straight, and they want to win. So I think y'all going to have some pretty good success in the upcoming years. Before I go, I'd like to pass along my condolences to the family of Maverick. It's always sad to hear someone's doing their final dispatch, and it's good to hear that there is some good news on Pappy's home front there with his daughter. So thoughts and prayers for both families. And other than that, Senor, I think I'll let you go until that final hour, the most loneliest hour in the world.
Radio, that's right.
If nobody wants to hear me talk anymore, y'all better get calling in.
There you go. Thank you very much. Heatwave, be safe out there. I mentioned some of these fractured groups. Now, I wasn't even aware that here on the U.S. side, there was apparently a convoy over the weekend, a freedom convoy. Hundreds gathered Saturday and Sunday near the Peace Bridge in Buffalo, New York, that connects Ontario to Fort Erie, flying the flags, honking the horns, carrying banners saying, "My body, my choice, do not comply." This was called the Convoy to Save America. a group that is supporting the ongoing protest in Canada, lavishing praise on the Canadian effort. One of the group's founders says, "We watched the joy spread as everyone came together to stand for freedom to choose." Convoy to Save America carries that same message. Unity, togetherness, peace. We stand together for the right to choose. No mandates, no mask rules, no more lies. Now, the bridge was not closed, but the demonstrators drew the attention of New York's governor, who actually made a visit to the Interagency Command Center there in Buffalo. "We are prepared for any impacts from protests near the Canadian border," she said. "We're ready to address any potential travel and commerce disruptions." You've got the other group. Now, this was the first convoy talking about emanating in California, going to Washington, D.C., the People's Convoy. Planning that cross-country convoy starting in Los Angeles, ending in Washington, D.C. And if my email is correct, they did announce the projected route on Monday. Now, this is the rally. This is the one, the rally March 4th and 5th, the convoy on March the 6th. Starting in Southern California, the first leg of the journey will be to Las Vegas, then to Kingman, Arizona, across I-40, to Oklahoma City, then up to St. Louis, then I-70 into Washington, D.C. That's the announced route for the People's Convoy. We'll see if they can get it all together. All right, looking at 18 past the hour. Our number again, 844-844-3388. Well, hello to the Knucklebuster. People have been praying for you and your daughter, and give us an update. How's things going?
I appreciate all the prayers there, Mr. Steve Sommers. Well, she got we had to run her to the emergency room up there in Memphis, and she stayed in there for a week. What they finally determined was that she lost 170 pounds. And then she went and had all the loose skin. Your skin doesn't bounce back.
Mm-hmm.
They cut all the skin off and worked on her breast a little bit to build them back up so that they'd be a normal size. And then what they determined was latent anesthesia epilepsy. And it was all caused by the anesthesia and the medicine that they put her on after her surgery.
Wow.
So she's at home. She can't drive for 6 months, Steve. 6 months. And then they'll reevaluate her at that point. But she's doing better than she was there. I thought we was going to lose her myself.
Wow.
But I'm grateful that we didn't. I mean, she wasn't just blacking out. She was literally going into seizures, and she had turned just as gray as like she couldn't breathe, no heartbeat, no nothing.
Wow.
I laid her down in the bathroom floor one time. That was the best I could do, and then I waited till her blood pressure got back up to get her to set up and try to get her back to the couch there, right? So it was a scary time, but she's doing better now, and we appreciate all the prayers there, right?
That's good news.
Well, I mean, half of these drivers out here don't even speak English, Steve. So how you gonna get them to join your little convoy?
Yeah.
And then you got, I call them owner-operator ignorant dumbass association members because they won't obey the law at all. So you see them running 100 mile an hour one day and 55 the next trying to get their fuel mileage back. So they're not smart businessmen to me. So I think you're probably going to wind up having a convoy of one and that's the route he runs. So I don't know. If they get anything going, it'll surprise me. You're not going to get the union freight haulers to join you because they can't go on strike because they're under a contract agreement. And you're not going to get my boss man to join you because he ain't going to care. He's all for his bottom line. I guess that makes him a cynic, right?
I like I say, getting the truck drivers in this country to get on the same page is all but impossible.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely there. All right, well, enough of all that junk there. You know, Mattress Mac bet $5 million on that Super Bowl. So
yes.
You really think them Vegas bookies was going to let Mattress Mac win, get a payout on that $5 million? That was a terrible game in my book there because they done some bad officiating in that game.
That is correct.
I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, they missing calls. I mean, when they had the false start there that ended up missing that call and then getting the Bengals for holding that gave them a set of new downs at the 1 yard line. What the hell?
Yeah, that's like when Tampa Bay played. Von Miller, he stuck the crown of his helmet all the way up underneath Tom Brady's face mask there and busted his chin and lips there. And they didn't call nothing on Von Miller, but they called it Tom Brady for aggravating the ref there, right? Give him a 15-yard penalty.
Yep.
I don't trust none of that garbage there. Well, you know, back in the 80s, out in California, this guy run over a rodent with a Ford tractor, see? So they sued him for running over the rodent. And then he tried to sue Ford Tractor for selling him a killing machine, but that didn't work too good. So they told him he was crazy. They would just go back to the farm, right? And
right.
I got a little delayed message here. The Idaho Potato Commission announced it was celebrating Valentine's Day with the state signature crop with a limited edition potato perfume. See? It said the fragrance Fright by Idaho is made from distilled potatoes and essential oil and is designed to make you smell like a fresh plate of French fries. Well, my question was, when she puts that on, you gonna put some ketchup on it before you go down there and nibble all over it? So.
Hey, that's a lot better than a rotten potato. There ain't a whole lot that smells worse than rotting potatoes, but all right, that's all your baloney for this round. Thank you very much, Knucklebuster. Hello to Heavy D checking in this morning. Hillbilly Tex, exit 81 off the Big 75, tip in the hat. Good to have you with us. Patsy, morning from southeast Nebraska. We've got 53 degrees, a beautiful moon tonight. Jolly Green, 465. Shut down I-465 west of I-65 there in Indianapolis. 007 checking in from Franklin, Kentucky at the Flying J tonight. Soma, greetings to all the freedom fighters in Canada tonight. America supports you. Jimmy Jammer checking in, headed to the home 20 for my 34 hours. Have a good morning out there, everyone. There's Santa Claus. Morning, Steve. Halfway up Cajon Pass, it was snowing a couple hours ago, and there was a hell of a backup, so I decided to take an 8-hour nap. Traffic's looking pretty good now. Couple of hours behind heat wave. Santa Claus out, listening in from my condo this morning. All right, Chevy Guy, copying the mail. Oh, that's probably why we didn't hear from him last night. I wondered about that. He's sick at home. You got the COVID? Did you come down with it? We didn't hear from Propane Weather Chaser 1 last night either. Horse feathers. And this is supposed to be our, hey, Mike kind of day. Uh-oh. Hope you're doing all right there, horse feathers. Let me jump to Gary. You got an update. What's happening this morning, Gary?
Hey, good morning, Steve. First off, I'd like to give my condolences to Danny's family. Thoughts and prayers to them. And I sit here going up the highway thinking about what that the younger listening crowd that you have now wasn't privy to what we had as far as entertainment with all of the older characters. That was truly entertainment. The amount of times we would tune in just to hear, the character like Danny, Nitro, Yoda, all the old time people that's gone. And people don't realize how much entertainment that truly was back in the day. It makes you sit and think there ain't many of us old guys out here anymore compared to what there used to be. But the car's coming along nice. I should be home Friday, and weather permitting, we'll take the car down to Alabama to get it put all back together. Couple 3 weeks we're supposed to be testing somewhere, getting ready for the start in March, but I'm supposed to call Kyle back this week, talk with them. Other than that, I just wanted to give my 2 cents on Danny, and that's a shock.
Yep, I hated to hear that. Like I said, I was looking forward to seeing Danny for the first time in like 3 years. They're in Louisville. It's amazing.
Yeah, that's the first time I met him was at Louisville. I listened to him for years and years on the radio when he would call in, and they called in about every night. And it was always something different. It was truly entertaining. There's no doubt about that.
Yep.
But that's really all I wanted to say. But I feel sorry for the younger guys because they don't know what that entertainment was like. But I'll talk to you later.
Hey, thank you for the update. Good luck getting the car all back together there, and have a good night. Be safe out there, and get a news break. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
President Joe Biden said he will not commit American troops to a potential war in Ukraine as tensions remain high in that region. Biden's comments come as hope for a diplomatic solution to tensions there remained a possibility, though Biden said reports of Russian troops moving away from the border with Ukraine have yet to be verified by the U.S. British Columbia will lift most COVID-19 restrictions on Wednesday at 11:59 p.m. Indoor personal gatherings, indoor and outdoor organized gatherings, and indoor seated events will be able to return to full capacity as long as attendees wear masks and show proof of vaccination. Meanwhile, Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau has invoked the Emergencies Act and doubled down on protesters who are against his COVID-19 restrictions by freezing their bank accounts. This is USA Radio News.
Are you looking for something different to experience with friends, family, or coworkers? How about the world of whiskey? Jeff Borker here from the Classic Dram, and we know whiskey can be a bit intimidating at first, but with the right guidance, it's a blast to explore. Let us put together an expert-certified whiskey event for your group, and we don't even have to be in the same room to do it. Regardless of your whiskey experience, we can organize and lead your group through a virtual whiskey tasting right in our very own Zoom online speakeasy. Now, these events are great for birthdays, anniversaries, or corporate get-togethers, or just celebrating time with friends. Now, a number of packages are available, and we can customize the experience just for you. Visit us today at theclassicdram.com or shoot us an email at info@theclassicdram.com. Let 2022 mark the start of your personal whiskey journey, and remember, come for the spirits and stay for the experience. Cheers, all.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting in to serve us all. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now, and we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show, 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net.
USA Insulation.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years, I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
Hi, we're the Goo Goo Dolls. We're fortunate that we can give our daughters everything they need to grow and learn. But not every child can focus on classes and play dates.
Nearly 13 million kids in the U.S. face hunger. That's 1 in 6. School lunch might be their only meal each day, and it's heartbreaking to imagine any child going to bed hungry. We're dreaming of a perfect day when kids can smile, play, and just be kids without worrying about where their next meal will come from. Feeding America is working to make that perfect day a reality.
Each year, the Feeding America network of food banks rescues billions of pounds of good food that would have gone to waste. That food is given to families and children in need. Being a kid should be about doing things that make an ordinary day extraordinary. Learning to play an instrument, building a sandcastle, hosting tea parties. Hunger should never be an obstacle to growing up.
You can help end childhood hunger in your community by visiting feedingamerica.org.
Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
With a beautiful full moon outside the secret bunker. We have just a little bit of high cloud cover. And I was gazing at the beautiful moon, and it's almost like a rainbow around the moon with the high cloud cover, the light shining through. You know, orange, yellows, A little bit of red maybe in the mix there. You don't have the full spectrum of the rainbow. Don't see any greens or blues, but what a beautiful full moon tonight. I know Jolly Green wants to talk about the Mid-America Truck Show. Yeah, based on what I'm seeing on the screen there. I placed a call to our old friend Mike Brunetti, who's, I think he's the director of aftermarket sales there at Commercial Vehicle Group, the parent company of Bostrom and National Seating, who we have partnered with on a number of occasions through the years at the Mid-America Truck Show. And I said, hey, can we do a giveaway like we've done years gone by? And I know it's getting a little bit late. We're just, 5-6 weeks away from the Mid-America Truck Show, but he immediately got a hold of his boss and called me back within like an hour and said, hey, we can make let's do the deal. We'll give away some seats. I've got what do we have here? A Bostrom seating, one of the first, we've got a wide ride plus Serta truck seat. These are all going to be on display in our booth there at the Mid-America Truck Show. We'll find a way. I'm not sure exactly how we're going to do it as far as registering people to win. I mentioned, obviously, not everyone can get to Louisville to get registered to win some of the giveaways. And I think maybe we'll put photographs of the seat up there via our overnightdriveradio.com website. And we've got the contest link above where I think we might set it up where people that can't be there can also get registered to win. That's first seat, the wide ride plus Serta. Let's see, Hipro air suspension, bellows, high back, dual armrests, black ultra leather. We've got a Pro Ride, a Bostrom Pro Ride seat. Hipro 915 air suspension, high back, air lumbar, dual armrests. Again, black ultra leather. Then from National Seating, we'll have one of their, what they call the Corsair seat. Hipro 95 air suspension, dual wide armrest. Raven Wing Black Gray Ultra Leather. But again, they'll be on display there, so looking forward to that, working with now National Seating. But he was explaining to me, Bostrom and National Seating, they've had a pretty big booth there over the years and past years. But he said, we can't actually sell our product from the booth because we have to go through our distributors. So what they're going to do this year, they'll have a presence via the distributors, and you'll be able to actually, if you want to purchase a seat there at the show, those sort of things, you can do so through the distributors. Mike's going to be there working at the various distributor booths, and he said he would love to come by and chat with us about what's going on, the latest from National and Bostrom Seating, talk about their seats. I'm sure we'll probably talk about their mattresses as well. They teamed up with Serta a number of years ago, so looking forward to that. Just a little teaser there. Hello, Jolly Green Giant.
Good morning, Steve, and all the cartoon characters. Now, I had a talk with Gilligan a couple days ago, and he said him and his wife are taking off and they're going to the truck show. And he said that he was talking about stopping on the way back and to meet up with me. Well, I told him, I said, well, why don't you let me talk to my wife? And so I had a talk with my wife and told her, that why don't we go to the truck show? And I said, I'll take off Friday night, and then we'll hit on down there on the Saturday. So bad news is you got a bunch of cartoon characters coming down there, and this time I'm on a mission. And my mission is 3 years ago, I went to Dells, Wisconsin, and my wife and I swung by the Louisville Truck Show, and guess who I was looking for? I was looking for WLW and Mr. Steve Sommers. Well, I never did find the WLW booth, but this time I'm on a mission. This time, the minute we walk in the door at 10 o'clock in the morning, we're heading straight to your booth wherever it's at. So I want to let Gilligan and his wife, Mr. Flyrod, Lug Nut Louie, and Left Nut Louie, whoever he is, him and his wife, and I'm trying to get Flash and Sex Maniac, and I'm trying to get No Handle, and I know that Fort Feathers is going to be there, so I'm on a mission this time. This time we're going to find your booth because we're coming straight there first.
Okay, well, I can tell you this much. I know we're going to be in the north wing, okay, because you got the north, the south, the east, the west. Yeah, the reason you probably missed us, and I've heard this from a lot of people, when we were the 700 booth, we were actually in the lobby area, not actually back in the back. A lot of people didn't realize you could go out the doors into the lobby area, and there's a whole nother section of exhibitors out there. We were right by the front doors. But if you came into the back side or came into the west wing, a lot of people couldn't find us. Now, also in the past, I would be there in the booth recording the show on Thursday, and typically like the weekend guy would do the recording for Friday and Saturday. I'm going to be in the booth. I'm going to be stuck there broadcasting live Thursday and Friday, noon to 5, Saturday from 10 till 3. So for people that want to come by, Steve Sommers will not be meandering around the show, meeting people and drinking beer. He'll be at the booth doing his job. So we'll see you there.
Well, I'll tell you what, I'm not going to hold you to that. And I have a feeling there are going to be some other people to show up, like Monkey Gouger, and and I'm willing to bet you that Mr. Horse Moose is going to be there. So I assure you, we are definitely going to find you this time because I'm coming straight there. And yes, I was in that front lobby, and the problem is I did get to meet somebody from the American Road Team, and that's got to be in the area where you were at.
Yeah,
they were front lobby.
They were right around the corner from us. Yeah, they were there.
So, So I'm definitely going to come. We are definitely calming down. Like I said, I am trying to get Sex Maniac and Flash and maybe No Handle to ride down together, and my wife and I are going to ride down. I've already talked to Flyrod, and Flyrod said he reserved a hotel room there for Friday night. So I talked to him yesterday morning, and I know they're coming. And I'm looking forward to meeting the voices that I talked to on the telephone. And I want to thank you and Hot Shot Secret because you've actually, in my opinion, you've made your show real for me. Because not only am I get to talk to all these guys, but now I get to actually meet them. And, and it's important because these guys are my friends in a lot of ways. Captain Ron down in Florida, which he already told me he can't come. Eventually we'll get down to Florida and we'll meet Captain Ron and his wife. And I'm looking forward to it because I go to Florida a little bit here and there. But you just don't realize that, it's like was talking about the old characters from your dad's show. And I do remember Yoda and all those guys. And I remember listening to your dad, listening to those guys. Okay, you can blow me up now, bozo.
Right,
I do remember that.
Yep.
Or it's so many days to Christmas and et cetera, et cetera. But you have a different following now of a new generation of truckers. Of course, I am one of the older ones. So I don't know how much longer I'm going to be around, Steve. I'm within 3 years of retirement, and Sex Maniac is within the same amount of time. And then Flash is talking about retiring. But that doesn't mean we're not going to listen to your show just because we're retired.
I
want to come down there. My main goal is to come meet you. That's my main goal, and to meet some of the cartoon characters. The rest of it is just the icing on the cake to get down to the Hot Shot Secret booth and maybe look at the products I want to go look at the Blue Parrot booth and go talk to them about their headsets and so on. I don't know if the Essex Electronics is going to be there or not, since Flyrod is not representing them anymore. So I don't know if they're going to be there or not. But I know one thing, that the Mid-American Truck Show, I've only been there one time. And like I said, my sole goal was to come and meet you, and unfortunately it didn't work out.
Sorry.
But this time, we're coming straight there.
Yeah.
As soon as we register, we're going to come straight there. So this time, we ain't going to miss it. So I just want to tell you, bad news, there's going to be a bunch of cartoon characters showing up, and it's going to be a who's, in my opinion, and a great time.
I think we're going to have the greatest cast of cartoon characters I think we've ever had together at one given time. I know, Big Moose has plans on coming down. Hillbilly Tex is going to be there. Big Ed, Ed's going to be there. And who else? Yeah, like I said, Horsefeather's going to be there. All the others you mentioned, and there's I think it'll be just a grand time, all the crew getting together down there. And I'm sure somebody's going to start some shenanigans.
Well, good. I'll be right in the middle of it, no doubt in my mind. Okay, I heard that there's a hit contract out on me for $750. I heard that Pop has got it out for me, and he put a hit contract on me because of stealing an employee. A potential employee for his company actually started with our company yesterday or a couple of days ago, and that is Breeze. Breeze is now working for us. I did get to meet Breeze yesterday morning, but I want to remind you, Pop, that it was not my fault. Believe it or not, it was Eskimo Bob that hooked us up. So if you got a beef, you got to take that up with Eskimo Bob. There you go.
Yeah.
So, all right, man. I just thought I'd give you a call and let you know we're coming, Steve. So my sole goal is to come down here and meet the best trucking show in the entire United States. So I'm looking forward to it, man.
All right. Yeah.
So either way,
it'll be a big
time. Call and let you know, man.
I appreciate the forewarning. I don't know. Should I wear body armor? I might need that. Yeah, the Kentucky Exposition Center, if you have not marked the dates on your calendar, March the 24th through the 26th, celebrating the 50th anniversary of the Mid-America Truck Show this year. And it's going to be a big time. I mean, this will be the first time in 3 years, literally. It's 2019, the last time we got to get together there. Canceled by COVID in 2020, canceled by COVID in 2021. If you want to jot down our booth number, if you've not been to the show, when you come in, you can pre-register now. That's probably the best thing to do is pre-register now. Go to the website truckingshow.com, I believe it is. You can register for free. If you wait to actually get there for the show, it's in the past it's always been like $10. $10 will get you a badge to get into the show for all 3 days. If you show up on Thursday, your badge is good Thursday, Friday, Saturday. If you show up Saturday, at noon, and it's always amazed me to see people still coming in at the noon hour Saturday, just getting there to begin to see the show and waiting in line to get a badge. And the show actually wraps up at like 4 o'clock Saturday afternoon. Get there, early, it starts early, like 9 a.m. on Saturday. But our booth will be at number 16067. That'll be the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive booth in the North Hall. Hot Shot Secrets, they'll be a few aisles down from us in the North Wing as well. Booth number 12036. But like I said, when you come and you get the catalog or what do you call it? Yeah, tells you all about the show. But in the middle of that, there's a map. You can open up the map. It's got all the booth numbers in there. But the smaller booths, which I think I'm going to have like a 10 by 10. Not real big, and trying to squeeze in the number 16067, even in that little on the map, you almost need a magnifying glass to read the numbers. So just try to remember that 16067. 9 before the hour. Back after this, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studio.
Live from the Hotshot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolate. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. When we put our foam in your walls, it's like putting a coat around your entire home. It keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. We're getting homes ready right now for winter, and we have $1,000 savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net.
My mother was always very active and independent, and she was familiar with her neighborhood. But one day, she stopped at the stop sign for much longer than usual. She wasn't even really sure where she was at.
It's important for you to talk to someone about it. I felt so much better after my son told me, Mom, we'll figure it out.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Yes, indeed. OvernightDriveRadio.com. And, of course, last week, we joined up with TNCRadio.com. I'm sorry, live. TNCRadio.live, which is a 24-hour, 7-day-a-week trucking news, information, entertainment. So after we wrap our program up at 5 a.m. Eastern Time each weekday morning, and you get some of the highlights. What we're looking at here, Wednesday morning, hump day. Following my program this morning, it's Taillights. Popular drivers Angie and Larry Baum, who host Married to the Road. They talk about funny stories and adventures as team drivers. After Taillights, that's followed by Women Road Warriors this morning. This week's guest was Valerie Bertinelli. She joins Women Road Warriors talking about her new book, Enough Already, Learning to Love the Way I Am Today. Valerie Bertinelli, yeah, that was at one point in time, all of us older guys' heartthrob on television, who went on to marry Eddie Van Halen at one point in time. She talks about her life, the wisdom that she's gained, and gives some valuable insight into how women can learn to accept themselves and stop worrying about what others think. So you can, listen in, tncradio.live. You can download their app as well on the iPhone or the Android. So you can also search overnightdriveradio.com, and that's where you catch us. And if you miss the live broadcast, you'll find us on Apple Podcasts, Google Podcasts, all the podcast, Spotify, TuneIn, iHeart, and a bunch of others. But meanwhile, we get back to the calls. There's High Tech. What's happening this morning?
I don't know. It sounds like the news is about to explode on your end. But some things just haven't never changed. When I first started listening earlier tonight, you had a driver call in there saying how drivers will never get together. That you just can't get everybody together anymore.
Yeah, that narrative still exists.
I think you have enough gray hairs you may remember. When was the last time that you remember all the drivers in the United States sticking together? 70s, maybe?
Say it again?
70s. Remember when they were dumping milk out and the union drivers were slashing the tires of the company drivers and stuff?
And that's a long time ago.
Well, I know there was 23 channel CB radios, and you had to have a license and a call sign. I mean, that's before everything just went to crap on the CB, but that's the last time I remember, and ever since then, I've heard about yearly, we're going to shut down, we're going to have a shutdown, which in effect would be the ultimate protest. I mean, if all those Canadian drivers just went home for a couple of weeks, that would be the biggest protest. I mean, Trudeau or whatever blackface dude that wears the blackface up there, he would be pooping his pants if everybody went home. That would be the ultimate protest. But who knows? He might make everybody mad enough just for something like that to happen.
Yeah.
Hey, well, I don't think I should come to that truck show. You know what happened last time I planned to come to the truck show? I mean, it was like, I believe I called in and told you I'm planning to come, made hotel reservations, and then we had 2 weeks to stop to slow the flow, and everything went to crap. As soon as I made a plan to come down there.
And they waited to the last minute for that one to cancel in 2020. They waited till just like 3 or 4 weeks before it was showtime and canceled.
Yep, that was, but see, I had made reservations several months before to go, get a hotel because I knew everything would fill up. And when they found out I did that, somebody called the Chinese, and the Chinese found out I was coming to truck show, and that's when they released it out of the lab so it would have time to get over here and shut everything down so I wouldn't be able to get to the truck show. So did you get my, I made you a new ad. Did you scan the new QR code I sent you?
I saw the ad. I've not scanned the QR code. I don't even know, how do you even do that?
Well, you take your smartphone out and you point it at the QR code and you scan it. It takes you right to the, what's the name of this? OvernightTruckingRadio.com.
Now, when you say
if you scan that
it,
code,
what do you have to push to scan it?
with your phone, you just take a picture of it. Just turn your camera on your phone, point it at that QR code, and it'll come up and say website.
Oh, okay.
And that website, now you can't officially use that picture because it's a copyrighted picture. It was done by a professional photographer. Mm-hmm. But if somebody was to accidentally print off a few thousand copies and just leave them laying around everywhere, I guarantee you there'd be a lot of perverted truck drivers on your radio show.
I bet there would, yes.
I mean, when I seen that little thing bouncing around for Coinbase, I said, well, I can do better than that.
I don't know. I'll have to work on learning how to scan the code. I can't get it to do anything, so.
Well, it's pretty. Those codes are everywhere, but you put something, just print them out and leave them laying around on the floor in the bathroom and everything. People will pick it up and look at it and say, "Hey, what's this?" And then they're gonna, they'll scan it, they'll know what it is, and it'll come straight to your website.
That's great, yeah. Oh boy, you're ate up. Well, you're a mess, high tech. Some things haven't changed.
Well, no, it hasn't changed a bit. That's what I was saying. And everything is going to get worse because there's a lot of people out there. There's a book that prophesies all of this stuff. It was written thousands of years ago. And everything, when things was good, turns bad and gets flip-flopped around, it was described in great detail. And all I can say is you ain't seen nothing yet.
Mm.
You still there?
Yep. Would that be a book?
Okay.
Would that be the book entitled?
Sometimes his phone hangs up.
Is it the Bible, or are you talking about like?
That's what I'm saying. Everything that's happened, for word of what's going on right now, it was in the Bible.
Okay.
I mean, it's kind of cryptic, but yeah, it describes everything. And I says, oh, that's. And when I see stuff like that going on in Canada, which Canada's supposed to be the polite people, the real nice, it's like, our news media here doesn't even report on that. I was looking at their CBC website while I was on hold, and they're saying they have forces in what do you call it? They have the force now ready to break them up tomorrow, today now. So,
Yep.
I guess they're gonna try to pull something tomorrow.
So things could really get interesting here this Hump Day Wednesday. All right, thanks for the heads up. High Tech. Yeah, I haven't seen him in a bunch of years either. All right, we'll get our top of the hour news break in here. Much more to come here on a Wednesday, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
The GOP wants answers on the U.S.'s botched exit from Afghanistan.
Republicans on the House Oversight Committee are demanding access to all documents on the U.S. withdrawal from Afghanistan. Top Republicans on the panel have written a letter to Secretary of State Anthony Blinken and Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin, among others in the administration. The letter likens a chaotic Afghan exit to the fall of Saigon at the end of the long Vietnam War. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
The families of 9 victims of the Sandy Hook Elementary School shooting have agreed to a $73 million settlement of a lawsuit against the maker of the rifle used to kill 20 first graders and 6 educators in 2012. The plaintiffs claimed Remington marketed the rifle used in the shooting to at-risk males. The company denied the allegations. This is USA Radio News.
I've told y'all how much my feet hurt from time to time, and I've also told you how much I enjoy getting to work because right here under my desk I have a pair of my slippers. Mike Lindell's new invention with patented fill, the My Pillow fill that, he works in the pillow so well, comfort memory foam, patented impact gel, and it has an indoor-outdoor sole for all-day use. Right now, they are on sale. If you go to mypillow.com, click on the radio listener square, you will see My Pillow slippers at 50% off, but only for a limited time. Plus, you'll get Mike's softcover book, What Are the Odds? From Crack Addict to CEO. Go to mypillow.com, click on the radio listener square, use my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175. Use my promo code USA. Savings on overstock items, too, at mypillow.com.
The Biden administration is telling Congress it needs an additional $30 billion to press ahead with the fight against COVID-19. 2 people familiar with the details told the Associated Press the request includes earmarks for vaccines, testing, and preparation for future variants. Meanwhile, the governors in Democratic-led states are lifting coronavirus restrictions. In related news, Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau has invoked the Emergencies Act to crack down on protesters speaking out against the country's COVID-19 restrictions. With no need for court orders, banks can freeze personal accounts of anyone linked with the protests. While several provinces have dropped their COVID-19 mandates in recent days, Trudeau has doubled down. And rising prices for lumber are once again adding to worries of soaring home prices. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Bingo fun fact number 6. Americans spend over $90 million weekly on bingo. Why? When you can play Bingo Treasure for free. Go to BingoRadioUSA.com. Play from any device, your smartphone, tablet, or computer. The account is free. The play is free. Play one card. Play more. Chat with other players. Meet new friends. All free at BingoRadioUSA.com. That's BingoRadioUSA.com. Bingo from any device. Hurry. Free accounts are limited.
Inflation in the U.S. is jumping once again.
Wholesale inflation in the United States exploded again last month, rising 9.7% from a year earlier, in a sign that price pressures remain high at all levels of the economy. The Labor Department said that its Producer Price Index, which measures inflation before it reaches consumers, jumped just over 1% from December. The year-over-year increase was down from the record 9.8 recorded in both November and December, but was well above what the Biden administration's economists were expecting. Last week, the government reported that inflation at the consumer level has already soared in the past year at its highest rate in more than 4 decades. From the USA Radio Washington Bureau, I'm John Hunt.
Attorneys for the family of a cinematographer shot and killed on the set of the film Rust are suing Alec Baldwin and the movie's producers for wrongful death. Lawyers for Halyna Hutchins' family announced the lawsuit on Tuesday. At least 4 other lawsuits have been filed over the shooting. Baldwin was pointing a gun at Hutchins during setup for filming in New Mexico on October 21st when the gun went off, killing Hutchins and wounding the director, Joel Souza. Baldwin's attorney responded to the lawsuit, saying any claim that Baldwin was reckless is, quote, entirely false. For USA Radio News, I'm Katie Lewis.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All righty, back on a Wednesday. Let me see. Got an email from Dave. By the way, the email address. I try to keep an eye on this throughout the program. That's probably the best way to communicate with me. A lot of people send me messages via like Facebook Messenger, and I don't get to see most of them. Just an FYI. Steve, you just mentioned 465 West in Indy closed. If any drivers want to avoid the backup going west, I suggest 65 north to 70 west back over to 465. With 70, 65 being closed downtown, that means there's all that traffic on 465 now. Indiana, not very smart on the construction schedule. They're tearing down and replacing a second bridge over 465 on the southwest side. I'm not sure who's in charge at the Indiana DOT that thought it was a good idea to replace 2 bridges on the main detour route for the downtown closure, but they need to be taken out behind the woodshed and have some sense knocked into them. Anyway, I missed the first part of the program. I was switching out. Can you tell me what happened to Maverick again? And is this the same Maverick that was John the Monkey? Prayers to the family. Yeah, all I could really tell you there, Dave, that yes, that it was the same Maverick that would call in with John the Monkey over all those years. Very entertaining. He was just a natural-born comedian. I'm not aware. I'm not sure that if he had been dealing with any health issues, had a heart attack. I don't know at this point. But when I do find out, we'll pass it on to the listening audience. And obviously, you find out if he had a special charity or cancer society or something like that he wanted donations sent to on his behalf, I will pass that on. Anyway, on my way to Chicago from Kalamazoo before heading back to Indy, got 42 degrees on I-94 here at the 15-mile marker in Michigan. Great show as always. Thank you, David. Well, good morning, always moving. Just kind of wondering where you've been. It's been a while since you've checked in. Hi there.
Hi. Happy post-Valentine's Day, and I still love the Bengals. So I have been laying low and keeping my mouth shut. I did want to give you an update that at where I work, we have we've gotten the amount of patients under control. And this is the first time we've had a breather since 2 weeks after the mask came off.
Wow.
So it's been nice. and this should be our flu season, but the flu season hit 2 weeks after the mask came off last year, because they came off in May, the end of May, and then it was the middle of June when we started getting overwhelmed, and we have been overwhelmed ever since. We have lost several staff that have gone on to be traveling nurses because they're earning up to $5,000 a week. And when you have all these young nurses with student loan debts out the yin-yang, they can go sign up for 6 weeks as a traveling nurse and get their student loans paid off.
Mm-hmm.
So that makes your staff shortage that much worse, which puts the stress back on being understaffed. And it's, it's a part of this whole cycle again. But it is nice, at least now the patient load is coming down. So that's very nice. There were times here with this Omicron that we would have 12 and 13 patients on the unit. And it's a circle and I'm in the middle, and it's basically, I'm surrounded by it. So far, knock on wood, I'm like the only one in the unit that hasn't gotten it. There might be one or two others, but pretty much I'm it.
Wow.
So they're wondering at this point if I had it and I'm one of those that just didn't have any symptoms or what. But, I am very careful about the mask and stuff there. And with the Omicron, because it was so easily contagious and because I was so surrounded by it on the unit, and you had the staff that had it, you have the patients that have it, to protect other people, I had been very careful about wearing my mask and stuff when I went out in public. Whereas before, I was fine walking around without a mask. But I didn't, I was just too concerned about what other people might get from me. I was even amazed that I, quote, didn't come down with it. And so anyway, I don't know whether I've had it or not. Can't tell.
Mm-hmm.
Don't have a clue.
And I guess the only way to know is if you had, you'd have to have your blood taken and check for the antibodies kind of thing. And I don't even know what that entails.
Well, to do that, though, the problem is I've had the shot. I didn't have a booster, but I had the original shot, the vaccine. And so the antibodies are there.
Oh, okay.
So I don't know. Yeah, we were actually looking at that the other day about, how to tell. I'm like, well, what difference does it make? If I had it, I had it. If I, and I didn't know it, I mean, it's gone now, whatever it was. If I've had it, what does it matter? Because you can get it 2 and 3 times.
Right.
So what's the deal? I just didn't get my 5 days off like everybody else got. I kept working right through it. And of course they said, well, are you really tired? And I said, 365 days a year. And they said, well, you ever feel like you just got to sleep a lot? And I said, 365 days a year. So, nothing really changed for me. I never lost my sense of smell or anything. So I don't know that I've had it or not. I mean, it's very, very unusual that I haven't had it, but who knows if I did or not. I don't know. So anyway, and we unfortunately did lose staff because as of Monday, they started testing the unvaccinated once a week, whether they have any symptoms or not. That's a new policy. And there were our staff members that were unvaccinated that felt that if they were asymptomatic, they had no reason to be tested. And so we are losing, we did lose. Sunday was their last day, staff, because of the mandated testing. And that is a shame because we're talking longtime members, just top of the line staff. And it's sad. It's sad all the way around. Why would I be, their argument was, why should I be tested when I don't have any symptoms? It's my body, my choice. And I'm using all the safety protocols to deal with patients. There's no difference with, what I'm doing than what anybody else is doing to protect the patient. So what's the deal? And so So they are losing staff over that. It's very sad.
Yep.
So it's a lot of changing going on up there. I did have a surprise 35th birthday party for one of my horses. I had that on Sunday. It's not often that you see a horse that gets to be 35, and he is not only 35, he's in great shape.
Wow.
So I had a nice turnout for it, and had it out in the barn. Had a carrot cake, apple cake, had carrots and apples out there, and stuff. And I had it was very nice. It was a nice turnout, and everything went well, and so I was pleased with that. I notified a lot of the clients that we used to have here on the farm that were, back in his show day, the heyday of his showing, that had, gone to all the shows and stuff with us and everything. And so he got birthday cards in the mail. He got people brought him some gifts. So it was very nice. And I had pictures. Everybody who came got their picture taken with him. So I thought that was pretty cool. Not everybody does that for the horse, but it was a good reason for a party.
Well, what's the
so
typical
that you could get
lifespan?
home in time to watch the Super Bowl.
What would the typical lifespan of a horse be?
They start. Most of them will start departing in their 20s.
Wow.
And the reason is, now it's not all, but just some. And the reason is that a lot of them, as they get older, they lose their teeth, and the teeth don't grow back. Their teeth are constantly growing, and as they get older, they lose those teeth. The growth time is done, and they don't have teeth in the back, and therefore they're unable to chew their food, and you have to take special care. People aren't willing to do that. The horse, drastically drops weight. They get into other health issues. Cushing's disease is very common. Both of those my horse has, but he takes medication, and I deal with his special feed. But a lot of people aren't willing to go that extra mile. And then a lot of horses in an older age develop internal tumors, and that blocks the digestion, and they colic. And colic surgery is $10,000 or more. And so for an older horse that you're not doing anything with, they're like, nah, they'll just put him down. And so there's a lot of factors that weigh into it. But I have, been able to keep this one going from, the vet helps me with it and stuff. And so, yeah, he's doing really good. So I'm very pleased with it.
That's great.
Very, very pleased. And we've had him when our daughter was 7. We got him, and we did everything, and they won everything, except we didn't campaign them for the World Show. But the two of them beat all the top trainers in the state at some point in time in trail. She won the state fair. The two of them won the state fair in trail for 4-H up there, and she had just a really wonderful time with him. And so yeah, we had he's a really, really incredible horse. So anyway, that's my Badger that's out there. So I love him to pieces. And my daughter's going to be 32 this month. So that's how long he's been with us, since she was 7, and he is 35 now. So
wow.
Well, and other than that, I don't know if anyone's following the Leah Thomas story with the swimmer. I have followed that quite intently, and I read a really cool article on it today. This is a man that competed with the Penn State team swimming as a man on the men's team, and then took hormonal therapy for a year, and now swims with the women's team, and is just smashing all the records by 15 and 20 seconds. And NCAA is sticking by their guns, and Penn State's sticking by their guns, and they're saying, that they are inclusive of all athletes in their sports, and they care about all of them. But the article I read today said, no, they're only caring about Leah Thomas. They're not caring about all the others, because all the others didn't go through male puberty, didn't get the muscle, the bone structure, the height, the length, whatever. And so, yeah, that's a edge right there, right off the bat. So you're only concerned about the political correctness swimmer. And it's very interesting. I follow every story I can read on it. That's been a good one for me to watch. And I feel bad for the other female swimmers in the area, that are on Penn State team, and that will compete against them. And there's some big championship coming up that, he's the favorite. He, whatever, is the favorite in all the events that they're in. So interesting. So that's about it. But I'm just hanging out. And the Remington thing is, my understanding was that Remington had marketed the weapon that the boy used at the school that killed the 20 students. They had marketed it as an Army, a military style weapon, and that they should have known not to market a military style weapon to the general, where it could have fallen into the hands of the general public. And I think that was what they said was, I read an article on it, and I think that's what they said was the reason that they found them liable.
Okay.
Not just that it was a gun, but that it was marketed as military style. And so whatever they had in it, that was it. That's all I got. I'm so sorry to hear about Maverick and so many others, but I hope everyone has a wonderful time at the Louisville Truck Show. And everybody stay warm. I had said Monday night I got home, was out at the barn at 11:30, and it was just so bone-chilling cold, just so bitterly cold. And we've had it for so long. And I looked up and I said, enough! I'm done. I am totally done.
No
and then I
doubt.
got up today and, well, look, it made it up to 50. This is good.
Well, enjoy your 60 today, and then the rain, and then we get back to the cold again. I hope it's just a short cold snap as we head toward that next weekend. So again, what's the moral of the story? So I guess do not market your new electric Hummer to be akin to an MRAP, and then plow into a crowd, because you'll be liable for marketing your Hummer as a military style vehicle. That's the way I see it. We'll be back into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting in to serve us all. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now, and we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show, 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net.
USA Insulation.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
My daughter Brinley is here at St. Jude. Coming here was literally life or death, and it was so scary. But St. Jude is fighting for one goal, like this one mission, life. And that gave us hope. We haven't received a single bill from St. Jude, so I really can just focus on what's best for Brinley.
Finding cures, saving children. Learn more at stjude.org.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, just around the corner, we'll get our bottom of the hour news break in here. We've been dealing with this ongoing chip shortage, right? Problems getting auto parts, among many other things. Yeah, get a load of this. The FMCSA has updated the guidance to include automobiles and parts to their list of loads that qualify under the COVID-19 emergency declaration. Yes, this declaration that's been going on now for 2 years? Regulatory relief for truck drivers providing direct assistance in relief efforts related to the pandemic. Now, right now, this is supposed to run through February the 28th, but as we've seen, every time the deadline approaches, they extend it, and they've just added automobiles and auto parts to the declaration. So now the declaration includes, and this is hours of service relief, if you're hauling livestock and livestock feed, medical supplies and equipment related to testing, diagnosis, and treatment of COVID, vaccines, constituent products and medical supplies and equipment, including ancillary supply kits for the administration of vaccines related to the prevention of COVID, supplies or equipment necessary for community safety, sanitation, prevention of community transmission, aka masks, gloves, hand sanitizer, soap, and disinfectants, food or paper products and other groceries for emergency restocking of distribution centers or stores. Now here, the last update, they added gasoline, diesel, jet fuel, and ethyl alcohol. Also now supplies to assist individuals impacted by the consequences of COVID pandemic, including building materials for individuals displaced as a result of an emergency. Now, here a couple of days ago, the FMCSA updated their frequently asked questions section to clarify that the transportation of new automobiles actually falls under the supplies to assist individuals impacted by the consequences of COVID category. Under this frequently asked questions section, the question, does item number 7 in the current extension of the emergency declaration apply to the transportation of new automobiles and components, parts, and supplies necessary for the production of new automobiles? To which the FMCSA said yes. The extension of the emergency declaration applies when the transportation of such components, parts, and supplies is being impacted by the consequences of the COVID pandemic. The justification for use of the relief provided by the extension of emergency declaration is the responsibility of motor carriers and drivers operating under the declaration. So if you're hauling car parts, components, or even new cars, you've got relief from the hours of service regulations. Now, isn't that about half the freight out there moving right now? All those products listed, the livestock, the paper, the COVID supplies, masks, gloves, testing kits. All right, news break time. We'll get back to the calls just ahead. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
President Joe Biden said he will not commit American troops to a potential war in Ukraine as tensions remain high in that region. Biden's comments come as hope for a diplomatic solution to tensions there remained a possibility, though Biden said reports of Russian troops moving away from the border with Ukraine have yet to be verified by the U.S. British Columbia will lift most COVID-19 restrictions on Wednesday at 11:59 p.m. Indoor personal gatherings, indoor and outdoor organized gatherings, and indoor seated events will be able to return to full capacity as long as attendees wear masks and show proof of vaccination. Meanwhile, Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau has invoked the Emergencies Act and doubled down on protesters who are against his COVID-19 restrictions by freezing their bank accounts. This is USA Radio News.
Are you looking for something different to experience with friends, family, or coworkers? How about the world of whiskey? Jeff Borker here from the Classic Dram, and we know whiskey can be a bit intimidating at first, but with the right guidance, it's a blast to explore. Let us put together an expert-certified whiskey event for your group, and we don't even have to be in the same room to do it. Regardless of your whiskey experience, we can organize and lead your group through a virtual whiskey tasting right in our very own Zoom online speakeasy. Now, these events are great for birthdays, anniversaries, or corporate get-togethers, or just celebrating time with friends. Now, a number of packages are available, and we can customize the experience just for you. Visit us today at theclassicdram.com or shoot us an email at info@theclassicdram.com. Let 2022 mark the start of your personal whiskey journey, and remember, come for the spirits and stay for the experience. Cheers, all.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. When we put our foam in your walls, it's like putting a coat around your entire home. It keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. We're getting homes ready right now for winter, and we have $1,000 savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net.
Hey, Dad, your prescription will be ready in just a minute.
Hey, Dad, your laundry will be ready in just a minute. Dad, your lunch will be ready in just a minute.
Hey, honey, why don't you take a minute?
When you help care for a loved one, you give them as much time as you can, making sure they're safe and comfortable. But it's just as important that you take some time for yourself. At AARP, we can help with information and useful tips on how you can maintain a healthy life balance, care for your own physical and mental well-being, and manage the challenges of caring for a loved one. Because the better care you take of yourself, the better care you can provide for your loved one.
Thanks, Dad.
Thank you.
You're there for them. We're here for you. Find free care guides to support you and your loved one at aarp.org/caregiving. That's aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Do you hold any cryptocurrency like High Tech does? Like the inbred redneck does? Like Spaceman does? And millions of people out there. A tale of caution to share. Dr. Ander Apgar said he was out to dinner with his family and his phone wouldn't stop buzzing. It looked like a robocall, so he said he was just trying to ignore it, but the calls would not stop. Then his wife's phone also started to ring. Well, when she picks it up, a banner came across, a notification that says, "Your account is in jeopardy." The warning was a text message that prompted him to pick up his phone. That's when the nightmare started. It's the kind of nightmare that many crypto account holders around the country are facing as hackers target a boom in the industry, according to cybersecurity experts. Now, the Apgars are both Maryland-based obstetricians. They began investing in cryptocurrency several years ago. By December, their account had grown to about $106,000, mainly in Bitcoin. Like millions of investors, their account is with Coinbase, the largest cryptocurrency platform. Now, he said, when I picked up the phone, a female voice said, "Hello, welcome to Coinbase Security Prevention Line. We've detected unauthorized activity due to failed login attempt on your account. This was a request from a Canadian IP address. If this is not you, please press 1 to complete precautions recovering your account." He said the call lasted less than 20 seconds. Well, he's kind of startled, and he pressed 1. At which point he says, "I can't remember if I manually entered my two-factor authentication code or if it came up automatically on the screen, but what happened in that moment led to his account being locked in less than 2 minutes. He has not regained access." He said, "I assume the fraudsters stole most, if not all, the crypto, but I can't be sure." I'm like, oh my gosh, I can't get this back. This couple was targeted by a particularly insidious type of fraud that takes advantage of the two-factor authentication, or 2FA. People use 2FA, a second level of security that involves a passcode. That's to safeguard a range of accounts, whether it's at the crypto exchange or a bank or anywhere else that carries digital transactions. This new type of fraud goes right at the 2FA code. It uses people's fear of their account being hacked against them. And when you take action that you think is going to actually protect you, you're exposing yourselves to the thieves. The fraud tool is called a one-time password, or OTP bot. A report from a Florida-based cybersecurity firm tells CNBC that the OTP bots are driving substantial losses for financial and other institutions. The damage is hard to quantify because the bot attacks are relatively new. But they say these bot calls are crafted in a very skillful manner, creating a sense of urgency and trust over the phone. They are relying on your fear, convincing you that to avoid fraud in your account when you're actually kind of allowing the bad guys in. There's a new scam born every day, is there not? Good morning to the Rambler.
Well, good morning, Steve, and thank you for taking my call, and hello, God's children out there, and I want to speak from my heart. I believe I speak from my heart every time I call, but I listened to Gary a while ago, and Gary, I really hope you get your card put together and come on down to Atmore Dragway in Atmore, Alabama. Let us know when you're down there. I'll try and get by and see you and shake your hand. But, my condolences to the family of Maverick. When I started driving the summer of 1998, I found your dad. And, yes, there was a whole cast of characters that kept me entertained all night long. I was several thousand others. I would plan my trips where I could drive at night just so I could hear not only your dad play all that good music, you taking the phone calls, being his producer, and I look forward to listening to you on the weekend. I look forward to the cast of characters like Droopy George, like Gator, Maverick, Snake Hips, just to name a few. Gorilla. Now, I'm naming ones that have already passed away. Yoda. And Steve, I'm just going to be honest with you. There was a certain Homo sapien that lived in a southern town that would call and raise Cain in San Antonio about you being on the air. And, I just, before I refound you again, and, when I started driving overnights over here at O'Reilly, I couldn't get you because I couldn't pick up 700 WLW. So I went many years without hearing from anybody from the show, and I had to resort to listening to Bigfoot, UFOs, and who really killed JFK, that show. But when this human being, this Homo sapien, as I will address him as, started raising Cain about you and everything like that. From what I've been told by others, that he claimed to be a quote unquote religious leader. In my opinion, just my opinion, there's an old gospel song called Turn Around. What the devil meant for evil, God will make it good. Turn around, turn around, turn around. God said he would turn things around. You see, you may have got the boot, but you got hired on and you're doing a good job now. And my opinion is you're on a bigger flamethrower than what you were on. I was glad we were able to take the mantle your dad left behind us. And believe it or not, Steve, you and I have a similar story. I listened to your interview, and it was very compelling. I loved it. But as much as I love your dad, Steve, I always thought you were in his shadow. And that always bothered me because I always liked you. When I rediscovered Steve Sommers, that's who I found. I found Steve Sommers. I didn't find Steve Sommers, son of the trucking bozo. I found Steve Sommers on a new platform, on his own, making his way in this market. And I found a whole new cast of characters. And if you don't think these cast of characters are entertaining, when you finally get to heaven and meet Dirty Diapers, my father, you'll hear it from him, because my poor old father, God rest his soul, sat there many a night in chronic pain. His form of entertainment, when I taught him how to get on his iPhone and click the link, was listening to callers like Lug Nut Louie, callers like Gilligan, callers like Fly Rod, callers like, and his two favorite, and I don't mean no disrespect to anybody, but his two favorite was the Carolina Monkey Gouger and Big Moose. He loved to hear those two call them, you know. So, and just to give you an indication, Steve, I was offered here a while back to put the Turbine Ministries Church on an AM station. I would have had to pay $400 a quarter. I would have had to pay them to get on there and try and tell a select certain amount of people about Christ, which they would have got the gospel, and try and promote this church. You know, I said, I'm not going to do that. There's a better way, and that way was through social media. You know, I remember emailing you because my father was always on me about, you should get on Steve's show, promote the church, and I wasn't always like that. I said, that's kind of like a cheap plug. I don't want to do that. And, you know, but I remember emailing you. You gave me your blessing. And I'd try and come on here, you know, at least 3 times a week and chat with everyone. Let everyone know, number one, that I love them. That's God's honest truth. I love everybody. No matter what you look like, how fat, skinny, tall, short, black, white, brown, or indifferent. I love you, you know, no matter what. But I'm able to get on here and talk about my Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. I'm able to somehow get a few people to come over here and check out the Turbine Ministries Church, which I'm thankful that you do. But I want to ask everyone to do me a favor. I threw it out there last week, first caller Wednesday, or new caller Wednesday. Let's do this, God's children. Why don't we do Free Share Thursday? I want everybody to take this program on Facebook and share it to your timeline. You know, Steve, I often ask, and people feel compelled to tithe. You know, I believe in tithing. You know, I don't. If you go to church, I know you put something in the collection plate too. You know, and it helps the church. You know, church has to pay water bill. Church has to pay the power bill. You know, but do you realize the most important thing you can do with tithing is give your time? So why can't we just give 5 minutes? Take this show, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, a show that he has made himself. All right, a self-made man now. Why can't we take this, share it, tag Steve Sommers in, tag your friends in it, share it, get the message out. Because, you know, look, radio's dying. It is. Unless you're George Norrie, you're not going to dominate the nighttime airwaves on radio. But you can have a flamethrower and a dominant show via social media, via the iPhone and Android app. You can have a very powerful, but it's going to be up to us to get the message out. And when the show grows, if the normal callers don't get to call, don't be mad, don't be discouraged. This is what we want. We want this program to get out there. We want this program to grow. Just like I want the Turbine Ministries Church to grow, I want this program to grow. Because this program, Steve, is very important. What you're doing is very important. And I mean every last word I say, sir. You have far beyond stepped out of your daddy's shadow. You know, that's the reason why I never went to work for Dirty Diapers, because I love my father. He was my father. We didn't always get along. We didn't always speak to one another. But I wanted to do things the way I wanted to do things, not the way he had things set up.
Mm-hmm.
When I listen to this show, I don't listen to a man who's in the shadow of trucking bozo, and I'm not knocking the bozo. I'm listening to someone who's now on his own free will doing something that is growing. And I want to just challenge everyone out there to take this show, post it on your timeline, tag some of your friends. If you're on like a trucking page, like Truckers Hang Out on Facebook, tag it to them too. Put it out there. Let's get the word out that there is a show that has important news, important to our industry, and has a cast of characters that will make you laugh. Steve, I love you, my man. Thank you for taking my call. And everyone out there, I want you to know that Brother Rambler loves you. Y'all just give this man a shot. Put it out there on your timeline. All it takes is 5 minutes. 5 minutes to say something good about this show. Put it out there on your Facebook timeline. Everyone knows how to use Facebook. God bless you. Thank you for taking my call.
How about being the marketing director? How about you need a new line of work there, Rambler? Thank you. All right, that wasn't a cheap plug, was it? It is 9 before the hour, and we'll return into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Honorary Forest Ranger Betty White here, lending a hand to my dear friend Smokey Bear, because for years he's only said,
only you can prevent wildfires.
But there's a lot more to say. Like if you park your car on tall, dry grass, the hot exhaust pipe can start a wildfire. So keep the animals safe, especially the cute shirtless one. Go to SmokeyBear.com to learn more about wildfire prevention. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Well, speaking of some news you might be able to use, an expansive, multifaceted storm going to track across the central and eastern U.S. Yeah, all kind of impacts. Accumulating snow, hazardous ice, torrential rain. Looks like up to a foot of snow anticipated to fall from northeastern Kansas to the thumb of Michigan, including part of the major metropolitan area of Chicago between now and Thursday. For many areas, precip starts as rain, then turns to snow as the temperatures drop. Many, including those in Chicago, will see slippery roads and sidewalks by later on this evening and into Thursday, especially as the bitterly cold air causes any wet spots to freeze up. Looks to be a rather dynamic storm with the potential for major impacts of several kinds, including heavy snow, significant ice accretion, flooding, severe weather, and even a rather broad zone of strong winds, according to AccuWeather. Yeah, nearly the entire eastern half of the nation will be in play for at least one of those threats. Now, cold air allows a slice of steady snow to fall from Kansas and Oklahoma all the way across the Great Lakes into Canada, where over a foot of snow is anticipated there. Yeah, if you add in the fact that the heaviest snow from this system looks likely that it will actually end up in Canada, this system is one that merits close attention because the exact storm track could greatly influence the intensity and overall effect of the precip on any given area. Snow begins to arrive in the plains later tonight, Wednesday night, and progressing northeastward, impacting Chicago in the early hours of Thursday morning. Now, forecasters say snow will expand in Detroit later Thursday, anywhere from 3 to 6 inches of snow in the forecast for the Motor City. By Thursday evening, snow will be falling in Montreal to Quebec City, Quebec. On the northwestern edge of the storm, gusty winds will pick up snow and reduce visibility. Localized whiteout conditions and blizzard conditions are not out of the question. On the opposite end of the south and east, we could see a zone of ice accretion up to 1/4 of an inch of ice from southeastern Kansas to western Illinois. Difficult travel on the entire wintry side of the storm. Des Moines, Iowa to Green Bay, Wisconsin, St. Louis, and Kansas City, Kansas. So impacting some of our major interstates. We are talking near record challenging warmth ahead of the storm that will allow temperatures to be high enough in much of the southern plains, the middle Mississippi and Tennessee valleys, where everything falls as rain rather than snow. But if you're even in those locations, don't let your guard down with this storm. Rain, we're talking up to 3 inches of rain could fall from northeast Oklahoma all the way to western New York and as far southeast as northern Georgia. Snow already on the ground in any of those areas is going to melt with the warmth. Then the downpours come and you'll see some river and stream flooding, according to the National Weather Service. In addition to the heavy rain headed for those areas, you'll see the clash of the cold and the warm that will set the stage for severe weather once again. Thursday night, the center of the storm will sweep northeast across New York, turning precip there from rain to snow. Any rain that falls during that time has the potential to freeze up as that cold Arctic air sweeps in. All right, round number 2 here. Hello, Knucklebuster.
Thanks for taking me back there a second time. Your mama really needs to wash your mouth out with soap there.
Sorry.
Did you say horse feathers had COVID?
No, it was a Chevy guy. I said Chevy guy's been homesick, and I'm not sure. I said, do you have the COVID? I just kind of wondered. Yeah, and Horse Feathers has been out for a day or two as well, and I'm not sure if he was sick or not.
Okay, well, I'll do my best imitation of him, but it ain't going to be that good there. What day is it? What day is it? Mike. Hump day, right? My question's always been, what in the hell are we supposed to be humping? And don't answer that question. You can tell out of trouble there. Well, praise the Lord and pass some more things, Steve. Whatever happened to Stinger? I don't guess I've heard him on your on this platform since you left the other place.
My understanding was that I don't think he was on the social media thing. I don't even know. Obviously, he had to have a cell phone because he called in on his cell phone, but I don't think he did Facebook or anything like that.
Oh, I know that's right. Well, he was always, praise the Lord, baking ham and salami, I guess.
Exactly. Yep, that was
but I do praise the Lord that my daughter was down there at the University of Tennessee Methodist Hospital, and I'm glad that they are better doctors than what they are football players, Steve.
That's good.
Yeah, they better players than they are football, or better doctors than they are football players. I'm going to tell you what happened up there, and that's what really surprised me. There was about 15 people out there in the hallway of that emergency room, and my daughter was one of them, and they didn't even have a room for her until she started having one of them seizures, and then they got an emergency room for her. She was in there 2 days before she ever actually got a hospital room itself there. So I was shuttling food and clothes and everything else back there to her. But here's the funny thing, Steve. You know, they put them little booty things on your feet there that keep your legs massaged so that you can you don't get blood clots in your legs there.
Yeah.
Well, I had unplugged them things and took her for a walk down the hallway there so she could move around a little bit. When I got back in the room and she laid down, Mama Knucklebuster, well, I guess what they'd call her, Tennessee, that's what she said she wanted to be called, said plug her boots in. But I didn't hear boots. I heard plug her boobs in. And I'm like, wait a minute, I don't know how to do that. So you're going to have to come up here and do this stuff there. And so anyway, y'all better leave that phony baloney money alone there. When you answer the phone, make sure you answer Sheriff's Department Fraud Division. Officer Fife speaking, how may I direct your call? Right. And they'll hang up on you every time there. I read, is your baptism up to date?
Oh, it's been many, many years ago.
Yeah, well, this baptism performed by this Arizona priest was declared invalid due to him using the word "we baptize you" instead of "I baptize you." I don't know how all that works in the Catholic Church, but they invalidated all of his baptisms there. And talking about the weather, I was in Walmart the other day, Steve, and I heard this woman ask another woman how cold it was outside.
Yeah.
She said it's so cold outside, she had on 2 pair of panties just so that her lips didn't get chapped.
That must be cold.
Yeah, no, that's right. Well, this trucker strike, the last trucker strike we had, that other peanut head, Jimmy Carter, he was president. So we probably won't have another trucker strike. We might, I don't know, never know. But I listen to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive show because it's great entertainment. You be laughing your butt off rolling in the floor of this truck. It's great entertainment there, Steve.
Thank you
and
for
all
the
them cartoon
compliment.
characters, they might get down there to Louisville to that truck show and just to meet themselves, right?
Yes, sir.
Because I think some of them are the same person just trying to pull a wool over everybody's eyes. But anyway, that's all my bull on it for right now. We'll talk to you later, Mr. Steve Sommers.
Thank you. Have a good morning, Knucklebuster news break, and we'll return after this. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
A new poll indicates that 2/3 of those in Hillary Clinton's own party want to see her held accountable for her alleged role in spying on former President Donald Trump and manufacturing Russian ties.
A new poll shows that over 66% of Democrats would like to see Hillary Clinton investigated for any role she may have had in trying to manufacture former President Donald Trump's ties to Russia in an attempt to smear him. That's a rise of over 20% since last October. The most recent court documents reveal that special counsel John Durham's investigation is ready to prove that the Clinton campaign tried to infiltrate computer systems at Trump Tower and the White House. For the Washington Bureau of USA Radio News, I'm John Hunt.
Rising prices for lumber are once again affecting the ability to build affordable homes. Prices have risen 34% this month so far. This is USA Radio News.
If you have diabetes and you're on Medicare, you may qualify for a free continuous glucose monitor system. Managing your diabetes is crucial to your health. The new CGM systems can automatically manage your diabetes better for you. And by using a CGM system, you can eliminate forever one thing most people with diabetes hate the most: finger sticks. Now it's possible to manage your diabetes better, end the painful finger sticks, and get a new CGM monitoring system at little or no cost to you. We even provide in-home delivery and do all the insurance paperwork for you. Now is the best time to manage your diabetes better and get your continuous glucose monitor. Call now for details. 800-396-0150. 800-396-0150. 800-396-0150. That's 800-396-0150.
Allison Golust, the CNN executive in a relationship with former network head Jeff Zucker, resigned on Tuesday. A memo from the company's CEO said an investigation uncovered the couple and Chris Cuomo violated company policies. A third-party law firm conducted the investigation, which also examined problems associated with Chris Cuomo and his brother, former Governor Andrew Cuomo. The Biden administration is telling Congress it needs an additional $30 billion to press ahead with the fight against COVID-19. Two people familiar with the details told the Associated Press the request includes earmarks for vaccines, testing, and preparation for future variants. Meanwhile, the governors in Democratic-led states are lifting coronavirus restrictions. Freestyler skier Alex Hall earned a gold medal in the men's Olympic slopestyle competition, while teammate Nick Gepper earned silver. This is USA Radio News.
The greatest radio shows of all time.
Frank Sinatra as Rocky Fortune.
Classic radio theater.
Matt Dillon, United States Marshal.
The story of Dr. Kildare.
The Pepsodent Show, starring Bob Hope.
The greatest radio shows of all time. Classic radio theater with Wyatt Cox. On this radio station or wherever podcasts are served, just by searching for Classic Radio Theater with Wyatt Cox. That's Classic Radio Theater with Wyatt Cox.
The GOP wants answers on the U.S.'s botched exit from Afghanistan.
Republicans on the House Oversight Committee are demanding access to all documents on the U.S. withdrawal from Afghanistan. Top Republicans on the panel have written a letter to Secretary of State Anthony Blinken and Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin, among others in the administration. The letter likens a chaotic Afghan exit to the fall of Saigon at the end of the long Vietnam War. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
In related news, the acting defense minister of Afghanistan's Taliban government has announced plans to build a 110,000-strong army for the country. Since the Taliban seized power last August, the number of fighters in the group's ranks has not been independently confirmed. Attorneys for the family of a cinematographer shot and killed on the set of the film Rust are suing Alec Baldwin and the movie's producers for wrongful death. Lawyers for Helena Hutchins' family announced the lawsuit on Tuesday. At least 4 other lawsuits have been filed over the shooting. Baldwin was pointing a gun at Hutchins during setup for filming in New Mexico on October 21st when the gun went off, killing Hutchins and wounding the director Joel Souza. Baldwin's attorney responded to the lawsuit, saying any claim that Baldwin was reckless is, quote, entirely false. For USA Radio News, I'm Katie Lewis.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
All right, Red Mule was hanging on earlier. I guess he had to get some rest. Because he did send me an email, though, here about 20 minutes ago. Talking about the convoys the other night, he said, I'm thinking about joining that convoy out of Barstow. I guess this one starts on February 25th. I said, I did check with a local graphics company for a price to have the term limits sign on my trailer touched up. And I was also told the price of putting a 6-foot copy of your logo on each side of my trailer would be like $1,400. That's an expensive logo. Anyway, I hope they can get these convoys consolidated or there's probably going to be a lot of wasted effort. Anyway, I'm home and I'm going to hit the hay. All right. Get you some rest there, Red Mule. $1,400. Wow. Stuff ain't cheap. That email from Dave in regards to mentioned the crypto scam. Steve, always use a hardware wallet when storing large amounts of crypto. I mean, I literally have quadrillions of some coins. And as soon as I put them on the exchange, they go straight to the hardware wallet. If you leave the crypto on the exchange, you don't have the private key. If you don't have the private key, you don't own the crypto. A hardware wallet stores the private key offline. Yeah. Anyway, I've been doing crypto for years. Love the show. Listen almost every night. I'm driving a spotter truck tonight. That's our friend Dave from Anderson, Indiana. Thank you for checking in. All right, a hardware wallet, whatever that is. Under the industry headlines, families on the search for their semi after it was stolen from a Love's truck stop. The white semi stolen from the Love's near I-40 and Central in Albuquerque, New Mexico on Monday the 7th, over a week ago. It has Comarca, C-O-M-A-R-C-A, written on the doors. According to KRQE News, the family had recently spent their life savings to buy the semi-truck and start their own trucking company. Everything went into it. It was devastating. He's been home the whole week, and we're starting to fall behind on bills. The insurance on the vehicle itself is $1,600 a month, according to Erica Rivera, owner of the stolen truck. She said she spent the last week contacting police, driving around Albuquerque in hopes that she may spot the truck. In addition to needing the truck for income, the family says they're also concerned about the safety of the public if that thief hasn't really been trained to drive a truck. So not a whole lot of info, but I mentioned C-O-M-E-R-C-A, I believe it was. C-O-M-A-R-C-A on the doors of the truck. Maybe drop a line if you spot that truck out there somewhere. Now, by now, it could already be in Mexico, for that matter. I didn't have the notification early enough to give you a heads up for yesterday, but I can give you a heads up for Friday. Wisconsin State Patrol taking to the skies to enforce traffic laws. 2 aerial enforcement efforts taking place this week, weather permitting. So Tuesday's effort was taking place along I-94 in Dunn County. We've missed that. But the next aerial enforcement is coming up this Friday, February 18, in Walworth County on I-43. Our goal is for all motorists to comply with traffic safety laws every time they travel. Speeders who take risks jeopardize the safety of others. So according to the Wisconsin State Patrol website, the patrol's aircraft program consists of 3 aircraft, 3 Cessna 172 Skyhawks. They've got 5 pilots. They provide aerial support to ground-based units for traffic law enforcement. Of course, they detect the speeder or the reckless driver from surveillance overhead. They use a timing device. The pilots can actually clock target vehicles suspected of traveling at excessive speeds. Then, of course, the radio, you call down to the waiting ground cars to initiate the traffic stop. So Friday there in Wisconsin, weather permitting. Meanwhile, Captain Ron, what do you say this morning?
Hello, Mr. Sommers. How are you?
I can't complain. Happy hump day, Mike.
Yeah, I kind of missed it, but Knuckle Busters made up for it, I believe. This cryptocurrency, I just don't get it. Do you?
I
must
not
have
not
missed the
really.
boat on this.
As much as it's been explained to me, I guess until you actually do it, you're not really going to understand.
I mean, I lose enough money on my own, let alone with that.
Sure.
But my wife works at a assisted living facility, and she sent me a text the other day saying that Publix down here in Florida, which is about like your Kroger, it's just a big chain grocery store, but if they're fully vaccinated, they don't have to wear their masks there anymore. And my wife was complaining that she's jealous because she has to wear her mask, and I said I don't think the medical rid of that because they seem to like not having to have the extra people in the waiting room or in the treatment areas. I don't see them ever going away in the medical facility. But then Always Moving said that they were lifted, so I don't know. But Norwegian Cruise Lines lifted their mask requirement. I don't know if you heard about that or not. I don't know if the others would probably follow if they did, I would think. Have you been following this Bob Saget death?
All I know is what the cause of death was. Hit his head on something and apparently had a brain bleed, is my understanding.
Right. His skull was fractured from the back to the front.
Really? Now that I didn't.
The equivalent of getting hit.
I did not hear that.
With
no.
a baseball. That's like the equivalent of a baseball bat to the head. Now, I don't think there was any blood anywhere, but I would think something that major would have been a lot of blood, but the family seems like they're fighting to have, like, pictures of him released, stating HIPAA laws and all that. But I'm not understanding why isn't there an investigation on it? Why isn't the police investigating this? Can the family stop that?
I have no idea. I mean, if somebody hit him over the head with a ball bat or something, you would be able to, like the coroner would be, but been able to tell that.
Right, but I don't see how you could just fall and get that bad of a fracture, like your whole skull. It just doesn't add up to me. But they say there's no foul play, and it's mind-boggling to me. If I had a loved one that died like that, I'd like to know what happened. And this Brian Laundrie autopsy came out. Well, it's been out for a while, but I guess a 47-page report came out on it. And, of course, his body was scattered all over, probably from the animals, and he was below water for like 3 weeks or something.
Mm-hmm.
But what I found intriguing was a gunshot wound to the left side of his head, to his skull. He was right-handed. Now, if you were going to commit suicide, don't you think you would use your dominant hand? I mean, you wouldn't want to miss with your other hand, would you? Or just graze it? I just found that kind of odd. And we were talking maybe a couple of weeks ago on these vehicles parking on the shoulders. So I counted, I think it was Thursday night, I counted 35 vehicles on the shoulder just sitting there on my run.
Yeah.
And it's posted emergency stopping only. So, and you see cops drive by these cars, these vehicles all the time. But it seems like to me a lot of the the problem, now that's 35 lane changes for me in a governed truck that I don't necessarily want to make. Because I may not be able to jump out. You know what I mean?
Yep.
I get told pretty often that I'm number one. Kind of makes me feel good, I guess.
There you go.
Somebody thinks I'm number one. Now, did I? There's no hours of service limitation now.
If you're
I was on the scale when you.
If they've added if you're hauling auto parts or new automobiles, you're part of the COVID exemption for the hours of service. Yes.
Well, I haul paint, house paint. So I don't know. I thought you said something about building supplies.
Yeah, well, there are some building supplies in the mix. I don't know if paint's part of it.
I wouldn't think so. But
I wouldn't think so. But I wouldn't think new automobiles would be a part of it either, right?
Well, yeah, I don't know how that figures. I mean, if you price the used car market try to find a car that doesn't have under 200,000 miles for less than $3,000 or $4,000. It's insane. And another thing I did, there's a small rest area on the south side of Gainesville, and trucks used to park on the get-on ramp, because the rest area would be full. So they posted a bunch of no parking signs every, 20 feet maybe. There's 24 signs, Steve, that they posted. They really don't want you parking anywhere, I guess.
No doubt.
Well, that's about all the baloney I got. So thanks for taking my call, and let you find another intelligent caller out there.
All right, we'll do our best. Well, thank you for checking in, Captain Ron. Have a great morning. Let me see here. Yeah, there's some big money in them. Their amusement parks. Apparently. Yeah, a big park in our town is Kings Island, which it's changed ownership. I don't know. I've lost track how many times. Originally, it was Hanna-Barbera. And then at one point, I think, Paramount owned Kings Island. I think there was something after that. Right now, Cedar Fair purchased it several years ago. And I guess they had an offer from SeaWorld to take over Kings Island. SeaWorld made an offer of $3.4 billion in cash. That's with a B, $3.4 billion. And apparently Cedar Fair rejected the offer. The SeaWorld's offer, they say, apparently came out of nowhere. But on top of Kings Island, Cedar Fair owns, 13 parks? Of course, Cedar Point in Sandusky, Ohio. But $3.4 billion offer for Kings Island. 24 past the hour. Back after this, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting in to serve us all. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now, and we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show, 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net.
USA Insulation. Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts.
Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hotshot Secret, powered by science.
My daughter Brinley is here at St. Jude. Coming here was literally life or death, and it was so scary. But St. Jude is fighting for one goal, like this one mission, life. And that gave us hope. We haven't received a single bill from St. Jude, so I really can just focus on what's best for Brinley.
Finding cures, saving children. Learn more at stjude.org.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
So Captain Ron, in his conversation about lifting mandates, as far as the masks and things of that nature, was a story yesterday. It says for the first time in 2 years, many people, the American workplace is kind of transforming into something that resembles at least pre-pandemic days. Tyson Foods announced this past day that they're ending mask mandates for their vaccinated workers. Walmart and Amazon, the number one and number two largest private employers, respectively, will no longer require vaccinated workers to wear masks in stores or warehouses unless it's required by local or state law. Some of the tech companies like Microsoft and Facebook that had allowed employees to work fully remote are now beginning to set mandatory dates to return to the office after a series of fits and starts. There's been a big drop in the number of cases around the country over the past several weeks, according to an Amazon told workers in a memo, along with increasing vaccination rates across the country. This is a positive sign. We can return to the path to normal operations, finally. Microsoft Monday announced plans to open their West Coast buildings on February 28th with kind of a hybrid mix of working in the office and some from home. Facebook, which had planned to bring workers back to the office on January 31st, will now require them to return with proof of a booster shot on March the 28th. That's a stark reversal from just several weeks ago when the Omicron variant was peaking all around the country. All right, orders to return here. Megan Chister, a 48-year-old graphic artist who works at a packaging company in Kansas, received notice she has to return to the office come April. She said, I've only stopped in the office a couple of times in the past 2 years, making the prospect of pre-pandemic office work a little bit strange. I could see how that would be the case. Now, she said she's kind of excited to see people in person. I've missed my coworkers, but then on the other side, it's got a little strange because I'm so used to not being around people now, so I've got a little bit of anxiety here. Now, several states, including New York and New Jersey, have retreated from some of their restrictions as the case counts have declined. But the Centers for Disease Control is not yet ready to tell everybody to take off their masks. All right, we got to get a news break in here, correct? Meanwhile, it is 844-844-3388, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
President Joe Biden said he will not commit American troops to a potential war in Ukraine as tensions remain high in that region. Biden's comments come as hope for a diplomatic solution to tensions there remained a possibility, though Biden said reports of Russian troops moving away from the border with Ukraine have yet to be verified by the U.S. British Columbia will lift most COVID-19 restrictions on Wednesday at 11:59 p.m. Indoor personal gatherings, indoor and outdoor organized gatherings, and indoor seated events will be able to return to full capacity as long as attendees wear masks and show proof of vaccination. Meanwhile, Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau has invoked the Emergencies Act and doubled down on protesters who are against his COVID-19 restrictions by freezing their bank accounts. This is USA Radio News.
Are you looking for something different to experience with friends, family, or coworkers? How about the world of whiskey? Jeff Borker here from the Classic Dram, and we know whiskey can be a bit intimidating at first, but with the right guidance, it's a blast to explore. Let us put together an expert-certified whiskey event for your group, and we don't even have to be in the same room to do it. Regardless of your whiskey experience, we can organize and lead your group through a virtual whiskey tasting right in our very own Zoom online speakeasy. Now, these events are great for birthdays, anniversaries, or corporate get-togethers, or just celebrating time with friends. Now, a number of packages are available, and we can customize the experience just for you. Visit us today at theclassicdram.com or shoot us an email at info@theclassicdram.com. Let 2022 mark the start of your personal whiskey journey, and remember, come for the spirits and stay for the experience. Cheers, all.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting in to serve us all. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now, and we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show, 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net.
USA Insulation.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years, I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
Hi, we're the Goo Goo Dolls. We're fortunate that we can give our daughters everything they need to grow and learn.
But not every child can focus on classes and play dates.
Nearly 13 million kids in the U.S. face hunger. That's 1 in 6. School lunch might be their only meal each day, and it's heartbreaking to imagine any child going to bed hungry. We're dreaming of a perfect day when kids can smile, play, and just be kids without worrying about where their next meal will come from. Feeding America is working to make that perfect day a reality.
Each year, the Feeding America network of food banks rescues billions of pounds of good food that would have gone to waste. That food is given to families and children in need. Being a kid should be about doing things that make an ordinary day extraordinary. Learning to play an instrument, building a sandcastle, hosting tea parties. Hunger should never be an obstacle to growing up.
You can help end childhood hunger in your community by visiting feedingamerica.org.
Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
All righty, back on a Wednesday, hump day. CNI Dog says, here, Steve, take a look at this. You're not going to believe this. How many years have we been adding ethanol to our gasoline? I thought it was supposed to be like more environmentally friendly. Reuters report, corn-based ethanol, for which years has been mixed in huge quantities into gasoline sold at the pumps, is likely a much bigger contributor to global warming than straight gasoline. Well, I guess if you buy into the whole global warming thing to begin with, according to the study published Monday in the Proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences, it contradicts previous research commissioned by the Department of Agriculture showing ethanol and other biofuels to be relatively green. The Biden administration is reviewing policies on biofuels as part of a broader effort to decarbonize the economy by 2050 to fight climate change. Dr. Tyler Lark, assistant scientist at the University of Wisconsin-Madison Center for Sustainability and the Global Environment, lead author of the study, says corn ethanol is not a climate-friendly fuel. The research, funded in part by the National Wildlife Federation and the Department of Energy, found that ethanol is likely at least 24% more carbon-intensive than gasoline due to emissions resulting from land use, the changes to grow corn, along with the processing and combustion. Well, according to the ethanol trade lobby, they said the study is completely fictional and erroneous. The authors all used worst-case assumptions and cherry-picked their data. But the law that was enacted back in 2005, the oil refiners are required to mix some 15 billion gallons of corn-based ethanol into the gas every year, which was intended to reduce emissions, support farmers, and cut dependence on energy imports. As a result of the mandate, corn cultivation grew 8.7% and expanded into a 6.9 million additional acres of land from 2008 to 16. That led to widespread changes in land use, including tilling of cropland that would otherwise have been retired or enrolled in conservation programs, the planting of existing cropland with more corn. They say tilling fields releases carbon that is stored in the soil, while other farming activities, applying nitrogen fertilizers, also produces emissions. No comment from the U.S. Department of Agriculture at this point. Let's just say, lastly, the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency, which administers the nation's biofuel policy, right now is considering changes to the process. Congress had set blending requirements through this year, but not beyond 22. That gives the EPA authority to impose some reforms, or they plan to propose changes for the 2023 year and further out, I guess, coming up sometime maybe in the month of May. That's been a big fight for years and years. I mean, obviously the corn lobby, that's big business here in this country. Well, let me see if we've got, hey, Mike, is that really you?
Hey, morning, Your Honor. Yeah, it's actually me, live, not Memorex. So
live and in
I guess we're supposed to start out.
Yeah, where you been?
Well, we had some technical difficulties that were beyond our control, and so we had a whole wrench thrown in our works from Sunday evening, and so things weren't good here. So hopefully we're getting them all on the right direction here. But anyways, maybe I'll explain all that in a later date. But at this point, and I can't compare it to what other things people are going through. I mean, what Pappy's going through, it's nothing of that nature. I mean, it's just, I got a message from him, and he said his daughter was being moved to Children's Hospital. So I'm glad to hear that. It must mean she's doing that a little bit better, that they can get her out of the major trauma area
center.
In.
Yep.
So anyways, sorry to hear about Maverick. It was first I heard about that, so I take it he's not with us anymore. I heard you responding to an email there.
That's what I've been
earlier.
told. Yeah, Gilligan sent me a message, and I guess he talked to Big Ed. Big Ed talked to, I think it was Goodwrench. And Goodwrench and Maverick were pretty tight, so.
Yeah. So anyways, I don't think I did. Hey, Mike, what day is it? What day is it?
Oh, yeah, that's right.
I don't even have a clue.
Hump day.
All right. Well, I'm glad somebody's keeping track, because as I say, I don't even have a clue here at this point. But so anyways, yeah, we got the Mid-America Truck Show coming there. I heard Jelly Bean talking about that, and you need to keep an eye out there, because rumor has it that Big Ed's going to be there, right?
Correct.
That's what I've been informed of. All right. So because of restrictions on planes and that, I got a UPS package coming to you there with my brass knuckles, because if you remember back when we did the cruise, there a little bit before that, there was this discussion of a guy named Lip Dragger. I don't know if you remember that or not. But anyways, somebody was supposed to show up to see everybody down there at the hotel, and when he heard something about me with brass knuckles there's some weasel out story or something that Big Ed wouldn't come visit us at the hotel. So anyways, if he makes a show in there at the truck show there, I want you to make sure, I'm sending out that package there. So maybe you could bring that down to me there, and I'll see you there at the beginning of the show, and I can get my package from you. But something about flight restrictions and that won't allow me to bring that type of item on the plane with me.
Correct.
So,
that's true.
Anyways, I'm hoping I can keep it disguised in UPS there, and you'll be able to get that all right. Anyways, yeah. So kind of talking about the hours there. I think Thursday the show opens up to like normal registrants at like 1 p.m. or something. But if you spend another extra $99, you can get in a couple hours early or something. And I don't know if what does that VIP registration, does that give you anything besides the 2 hours on Thursday morning? I don't know. Does it get you into anything extra, really?
No, I mean, I think it's.
Or
they call it a VIP from 10 a.m. till 1. And I think that's really so just, all the people that are there, the vendors and whatnot, maybe get a chance to kind of walk around and see the show. And I don't even know who all gets a VIP badge, to be honest with you.
Sounds like if you spend $99, they'll hand you out one.
Oh, okay.
By the looks of the registration page, but you got to, it's a $99 upcharge to get a hold of that badge.
So that just kind of that gets you in there when there's not there's no crowd. Everything you get to go back and actually see things and not be trying to dodge a million people.
No, I understand that. And Saturday there, the show opens up at what, 9 in the morning, you said?
I believe 9 to 4.
9 or 10.
9 to 4. It's 10 to 6 Thursday, Friday, 9 to 4 Saturday.
Okay. Now, the one thing I did find there, the time I was there, because I've only been to one of them, so I'm no expert, that at about 2 o'clock on Saturday afternoon, everybody was already thinking about not being there. A lot of the vendors and that, they were already thinking about what they were going to do for an exit plan, and they were starting to break down a lot of things by 2 o'clock in the afternoon, so that actually if you have some cash in your pocket and they find things they don't want to pack up, they actually sell them at a pretty discounted rate. So like if you need straps for being a flatbedder or load bars for your van trailer or anything of that nature, if you're there Saturday afternoon starting about 2 o'clock, it seemed like, that you can make a pretty good killing on buying brand new products at a very discounted rate that those people didn't want to have to take home with them. So just a word to the wise, or
interesting.
Maybe frugal. But so as I say, I'm no expert, but the couple things I did was I got a hold of the list of the, I guess what you call them, zip codes for all those addresses for the booth numbers. And I went through the whole program like a week or so before, I don't know. But anyways, I wrote down all the numbers and the names of the businesses with those associated with those numbers that I wanted to see. And I got them all grouped together, because if you go through just alphabetically, it doesn't show you the area they're in. And if you go through numerically, it's hard to find the vendors you want to see, especially through their little program. But then I took the piece of notebook paper and I kind of grouped them all in the different areas. So I put all the numbers together so that I could, and the vendors that I wanted to see, so that when I got in there, I spent my time in each wing and I made sure I checked off all of them I wanted to before I left that wing.
Yep.
And went into the next one. So I kind of had a way to get around, figure it out. And everybody was absolutely right about wearing a comfortable pair of broke-in shoes. Don't be getting yourself a brand new pair of cowboy boots and think you're going to break them in at Mid-America, and you'll definitely be walking bow-legged or something with blisters on your feet if you do. That's a definite. But I don't know what else we got going for you here. Hey, I know what I was thinking. I don't know. Maybe I hear this deal about this QR thing here, the reader, the QR code, and I don't know if you can take the picture just with your camera or if you have to have an app in your phone that's a QR reader.
I'm thinking you got to have an app. Yeah.
So you can download them in your wherever you get your apps, your Play Store or the Apple Store or whatever. You can just download it. It's free and all that, and it's called a QR reader. And then that way, I think that program pops up, and you just put it in, and then it takes you right to their website. And with my donation for the Make-A-Wish, I've actually had both Make-A-Wish has sent me one, and my little John Deere Club that I'm a member of mentioned me in their newsletter, and they actually made me a QR code there, that little box, and put it in the newsletter and that, so people could scan that. I'm half thinking, and I don't know. I don't know. I guess I won't say it here. I'll wait and ask somebody else before I mention it. So I'll do that. I'm sorry, I shouldn't even kind of got there, but anyways, as I say, I'm kind of a little out of sorts here this morning. But anyways, that's about my ideas for the truck show. The other thing is, there's supposed to be a benefit for the St. Christopher's Fund, and that's in one of the evenings, and I believe it's there with the show. It's supposed to be after the show. They're supposed to have beer and snacks, but it's supposed to be a fundraiser for the St. Christopher Fund. So I didn't know if maybe that'd be a good place for all the overnight drive listeners to kind of hang out and try to get together and have some beers and have some snacks. And I don't know what all that's going to entail, how how organized or disorganized or organization to disorganization it'll be. I don't know, but it sounds like it, be a good spot that, we could all kind of hang out instead of everybody, unless people are trying to get out to dinner or breakfast or something at some point.
Yep.
But I just didn't know if there's a way to figure that out. And anyways, I guess that's about it for the truck show. I did hear on your news there that the Socialist Republic of Canada, what are they doing? They're finding out who's attending this truckers convoy deal here, and they're gonna shut down their bank accounts. Well, what type of socialist idea is this?
Yeah,
you're gonna take people's personal money away from them. They're probably cutting off their credit cards too, don't you think?
Someone told me that Justin Trudeau is up there in Ottawa watching some of the old footage from Tiananmen Square to learn some hints on what steps to take next there.
Yeah, I don't know. Does Canada own any tanks? I'm not sure if they do or not. Maybe they have some of them blow-up ones from the Ghost Army that we had in World War II. Maybe they got some leftover U.S. surplus or something. I don't know. But yeah, that's getting pretty crazy up there. So I don't know. So what's the next step? What's the next step the U.S. drivers could do? We always talked about California and them putting into act all their rules and regulations. And what did drivers say about that? Well, we won't go to California. Are there drivers down here saying, well, in order to stand up for solidarity to the Canadians, we're not going to haul freight to Canada? I don't know. I haven't heard anything about that. Have anybody made mention to do something of that nature?
Haven't heard anything about refusing to haul cross-border freight. I mean, obviously, those unvaccinated can't. And but otherwise, I think most of those that are vaccinated, they're just doing business as usual.
Yeah, well, maybe it's time for them to get on board, especially if Canada is going to start going that far socialist. Maybe it's time for the rest of us down here to get on board and say, until you start treating our brother truckers a little better, maybe you don't need the freight that we're bringing from the United States. I don't know. If some of them will stop hauling to California, maybe some of them will stop hauling to Canada. We'll see what happens. But anyways, I don't know. That's about what we got going for you here. I guess a little chilly yet tonight, but our AccuWeather forecaster here, he was talking that things are supposed to start warming up, and we're supposed to have us a big rainstorm come here Thursday night into Friday morning.
Yes,
supposed
sir.
to get all kinds of wetness here. So, but they're talking temperatures up into the 60s, up above 60 degrees. So I guess anything that we got white on the ground or frozen, hopefully some of the frost comes out of the ground before all that rain gets here, because it sounds like there's going to be a lot of runoff. So if that happens, we could have quite a bit of standing water or water running across the highways if we don't have a way for it to absorb in the ground. And I guess one last thing here we'll get you is the corn in that. The amount of diesel fuel that's used to produce corn. I mean, you start right out with the trucks hauling the nitrogen, liquid fertilizer, the weed killers to the farmers doing all the application of that. A lot of stuff is no-till, so they actually have a cover crop that they planted the fall before that they have to kill before they can even do all this application. And then they get their crop started and put their fertilizer down, and then you have another round of weed killer to put down, and then you get around to harvesting, and then all the corn has to be transported by truck, which, all this equipment burns diesel fuel, Your Honor. None of it's burning ethanol unless it's running some sort of bio with, from the soybeans, because, of course, every year they usually rotate the fields from one year corn, next year soybeans, and back and forth. But then after you get done with all the harvest, as I say, you got to plant this cover crop, especially with all the no-till, because they don't want runoff of sediment, because the runoff of sediment is bad for the environment too. And, well, now we got that issue, and it's just round and round. And then you got all the transportation of the the corn to the places they have to manufacture the ethanol. And I'm not sure if ethanol all goes in pipeline, but hey, then again, we got more trucks hauling ethanol up and down the highway to get to all the loading racks where they, send the gasoline down the road so they can eject their 10 or 15% ethanol into the loads. So, yeah, there's a lot of diesel being burned in order to support the ethanol world, and don't forget, all that ethanol is all supported by U.S. tax dollars. Our tax money goes to pay to have all that ethanol made there some way or another there, because there's subsidies going to all the farmers that are producing all this extra corn. So, and the soybeans for the biodiesel, same process. So anyways, with all that happy news, I did see we had 1 and 2 in the freestyle skiing overnight for the Olympics. So
did
if
we?
anybody's watching, I don't know. Yep, the freestyle skiing, we had gold and silver. So, but the Germans took all 3 positions for the 2-man bobsled. They got silver, bronze, and gold on the 2-man bobsled. So hooray, Germany!
How about that?
If anybody's watching the Olympics, I don't even know if anybody else is. I just happened to see a little bit last night before I headed out.
I know the numbers aren't real good. That's probably some of the lowest rankings or ratings they've had in many, many years. Hey, get an email from the Dipsy driver. What's it say here? Hey, Steve, I went to a truck stop about 15 miles from home at I-96, mile marker 52, here in Weberville, Michigan, to support my smoking habit. And the young lady was wearing a Tweety and Sylvester T-shirt. So, of course, I asked if she was a cartoon character. I know she works all night. I told her that she should go to theovernightdrive.com and listen to the show. She immediately picked up her phone and downloaded the app. I'm sure she'll like it, but thanks for the show. All right, Tweety and Sylvester. If you're out there, good to have you on board with all the cartoon characters. And thank you, Dipsy Driver there. A news update just a couple minutes away. We'll get to the CNI dog. Gilligan on the line. Plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. Apparently, the astronomy experts say they apparently originally misread the secrets of the night sky last month. Turns out the rocket that's expected to crash into the moon early next month was built by China, not as initially reported by SpaceX. A rocket will indeed strike the lunar surface March 4th. Contrary to what was announced initially, it was not built by Elon Musk's company, but rather by Beijing. According to experts, the rocket is now said to be 2014 065B, which is the booster for a Chang 5T1 launched back in 2014 as part of the Chinese Space Agency's lunar exploration program. That surprise announcement made by astronomer Bill Gray, who first identified what was going to be an impact, but he admitted he made a mistake last week. This honest mistake, he said, just emphasizes the problem with lack of proper tracking of these deep space objects. He wants greater regulation on space waste. He said the object had about the brightness we would expect and had showed up at the expected time, and it's moving in a reasonable orbit. But in hindsight, I should have noticed a few odd things about the orbit. Of course, NASA said here a few weeks ago that they're going to try to observe the crater that is formed by the explosion when this piece of debris impacts the moon. They actually say it's a pretty exciting research opportunity, so there you go. Top of the hour, final hour ahead, though. Much more to come. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
Some members of the GOP are vowing to investigate Hillary Clinton if the Republican Party gains control in this year's midterm elections. Representative Dan Bishop of North Carolina, who will be on the House Judiciary Committee next year, spoke to Newsmax on Tuesday.
Everything the president said about being spied on, his intuition was exactly right. This is the worst scandal in political scandal in American history. It makes Watergate look like nothing. And, to your question about whether people will see consequences, we are going to get to the bottom of this. We're going to send the subpoenas. We're going to find out the full extent of what has happened.
Ukraine has experienced recent cyber attacks. On Tuesday, Ukraine's private bank, the country's Ministry of Defense and Armed Forces, and a separate bank were victimized. You're listening to USA Radio News.
If you have diabetes and you're on Medicare, you may qualify for a free continuous glucose monitor system. Managing your diabetes is crucial to your health. The new CGM systems can automatically manage your diabetes better for you. And by using a CGM system, you can eliminate forever one thing most people with diabetes hate the most: finger sticks. Now it's possible to manage your diabetes better, end the painful finger sticks, and get a new CGM monitoring system at little or no cost to you. We even provide in-home delivery and do all the insurance paperwork for you. Now is the best time to manage your diabetes better and get your continuous glucose monitor. Call now for details. 800-396-0150. 800-396-0150. 800-396-0150. That's 800-396-0150.
As Democratic-run states start to lift COVID-19 mandates, Dr. Anthony Fauci weighed in on masks being optional.
Dr. Anthony Fauci says he understands why states are starting to loosen mask mandates. The White House's chief medical advisor saying the CDC still recommends wearing masks, but COVID cases are trending downward. The federal mask mandates for places under federal jurisdiction, such as planes, are set to expire next month. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
Rising prices for lumber are once again adding to worries of soaring home prices. Sawmills cannot keep up with demand. Wildfires wrecked inventory and tariffs have doubled on Canadian lumber. Prices are 22% higher than in early December, and they've risen 34% this month so far. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Dr. Joel Wallach, and I want to tell you that arthritis is not a genetic thing. It's not a disease of aging. Neither is osteoporosis. Get a hold of my book. It's all in your head. It goes into the 25 different diseases you get when you have osteoporosis of the skull. These are all reversible. You take the Healthy Bone and Joint Pack, the MSM, vitamin D3, stay away from all the bad foods, including gluten, and guess what? You'll regrow all your bones, including your skull and your legs and your hips and everything else. Contact us at usaradiohealth.com. That's usaradiohealth.com.
Inflation in the U.S. is continuing to creep upward.
Wholesale inflation in the United States exploded again last month, rising 9.7% from a year earlier, in a sign that price pressures remain high at all levels of the economy. The Labor Department said that its Producer Price Index, which measures inflation before it reaches consumers, jumped just over 1% from December. The year-over-year increase was down from the record 9.8 recorded in both November and December, but was well above what the Biden administration's economists were expecting. Last week, the government reported that inflation at the consumer level has already soared in the past year at its highest rate in more than 4 decades. From the USA Radio Washington Bureau, I'm John Hunt.
COVID-19 restrictions shut down Mardi Gras parades and carnivals in cities worldwide last year, but the tradition is making a comeback. City officials in New Orleans are prepping for celebrations to resume this year. One resident spoke to Fox News.
When people think of New Orleans, they come to New Orleans to figure out and learn the different layers of our history and our traditions and our culture. And if we don't continue to perform and show up and show out, this history will go without being said, to be shown to the world.
New Orleans city officials said people must show their vaccine card or negative COVID-19 test to enter bars or restaurants. For USA Radio News, I'm Katie Lewis.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Here we go, final hour, underway on a Wednesday hump day. What are we looking at? Yeah, 16th day of February. Yep, crossed over mid-month already. Of course, short month with 28 days in the month. Don't forget, when we wrap things up 5 o'clock here, it's less than an hour from now. Stick around on tncradio.live. It's Taillights. Angie and Larry Baum, who host Married to the Road. They'll talk about funny stories, adventures as team drivers. After which, Women Road Warriors. They got a special guest this week, Valerie Bertinelli, joining Women Road Warriors, talking about her new book entitled Enough Already, Learning to Love the Way I Am Today. Just kind of talking about her life, the things she's learned, wisdom she's gained, giving some insight. How women can learn to accept themselves and stop worrying about what other people think. Yeah, just live your life. We're all individuals. Meanwhile, powerful storm capable of producing snow and severe weather will eventually bring howling, potentially damaging winds across the Northeast by the time we get to Thursday here. AccuWeather says the increasing winds is also going to usher in dramatic spring temperatures, kind of a spring preview in many areas. This is going to be much different storm across the Northeast compared to what we've seen recently. We've seen bouts of cold weather, snow, and ice. Southerly winds associated with this storm will actually bring spring-like conditions later this week. Those southerly winds become breezy as early as later this afternoon. Forecasters are most concerned about the strongest winds that are going to arrive Thursday night, lasting into Friday morning. That's when parts of the region may see winds gusting to hurricane force, 74 miles per hour or stronger. It's going to be kind of a coastal thing. The highest winds will arrive in areas from the Delmarva to New York City early Thursday night, spreading into coastal southern New England later at night into the early hours of Friday morning. As the winds increase during the day, Thursday into Thursday night, we could be talking about some isolated power outages. Coastal flooding will also become more likely. Keep in mind, we've got a full moon tonight, so right there, the normal tides impacted by the moon will be generally running higher to begin with. Right, high tides Thursday night will be most likely time to see flooding for coastal areas, although there could still be more isolated areas of flooding even outside of high tide. Pounding waves along the coast could lead to property damage. Winds may gust near or past 60 miles per hour, especially along the south-facing shores of Long Island, Connecticut, Rhode Island, Massachusetts. Winds of 75 miles per hour you could see occurring in some of those areas. Boston, you'll see wind gusts 40 to 50 miles per hour. We could see some, of course, tree branches down, power outages, even in areas inland across the Northeast. So secure those garbage cans. I don't know, does anybody have lawn furniture out this time of year? Probably not. unless they're encased in ice. It's about 10 past the hour. All right, back to the phones we go. CNI Dog, what's happening this morning?
Good morning.
Hey there.
Yes, I was a big fan of Maverick because myself, I'm a little bit of I was a CB radio smartass back in the day. Yeah, Maverick really made you think, you actually tapped into your imagination. Kids these days don't need an imagination because everything they have is created digitally for them, so they don't have to imagine a stick can be a spear or a walking stick or a wand or anything. But yeah, he really tapped into that. Maverick used to say like he had an airlines and stuff like that. Right. John the pilot.
Yep.
And
hey, don't forget he had a zebra that ran in the Kentucky Derby several years.
Yes, remember that too. I also missed my favorites on your show were like Lone Star. I know he only sent emails, but he really articulated them. And Long Ranger. But, you got Dusty Chrome, Burnt Beans, Yoda, Half Pint. I mean, I've been with you the whole time listening, I didn't call him as much, and there was a big stretch that I couldn't call him because company rules and stuff like that.
Right,
but, things have changed. I do creative character voiceovers and stuff like that from time to time. So maybe I'll do that for you sometime, and maybe get you to laugh or stuff like that. But anybody that's got Maverick's number on their phone, what I usually do when a friend passes, just so I remember them, is I leave their name there, and to the right of it I'll put RIP, just so I can remember them,
Yeah.
from time to time. Well, that's all I got, Steve. Enjoy the show.
Thank you, CNI Dog. Have a great morning. There you go. There's, let's see, Gilligan. Yes. Hey there. Wait a minute. Come on, computer. Pick him up. There he is.
There you are. Yeah, I didn't hear the beep. I was wondering what was going on. Well, I'll tell you, I'm talking about poor old Maverick. One of my favorite things he did it every time. When he do his advertisement for H&H Enterprises. He'd do H&H and H and M and J. He'd always stutter and throw an extra H in there. You remember that?
Oh, yeah, and he always had so many words that he couldn't say. He'd get to a word, and you know what he was trying to get out, and I had to say it for him. Then he would say, well, I can't say, and he'd say the word, with no problem.
Oh, yeah. I love these calls. He was something else. How about the bush pilot bit?
Yeah.
Him and the bush pilot and John went hurricane hunting. Hey, John was out there on the wing with the binoculars. You remember that?
Yep.
Oh, boy, I tell you, one of my all-time favorites, that's for sure. Now, I'm going to touch a little bit on this ethanol myself a little bit. One thing maybe people have forgotten. Do you remember when they first started this deal of pushing this 10% ethanol and all pushed it where it was putting about all the gasoline with 10% ethanol? Everybody's gas mileage went down. You remember that? People lost a few miles to gallon. That's another thing that plays into this.
Sure.
And horse feathers is bringing up the fuel to run the tractors and haul it and all that. Yeah, there's a lot more to ethanol that's putting out this so-called greenhouse gases that is totally left out. The big thing behind the ethanol is that big contribute to Convoy. Convoy Group has been making millions on this stuff. You know, that's who's really behind their effluent standards. I've always said that. I'm going to touch on something else, Steve. Drivers out there, beware. These car salesmen have changed tactics. I tell you, they must be getting pretty desperate to sell cars. A couple Saturday nights ago, I stopped at the gas station, wife's Durango. I was there pumping gas in it. This guy pulled up in this new Chevrolet, Convoy or something. It was one about the size of my Durango. It's actually the same color as mine. He starts pumping gas. I seen it had a dealer tag on it, and where the regular license plate with was the name of the local Chevrolet dealer up the street. Well, there was one of them electric Chevrolets, not the Volt, one of the little ones there. He says, "You need gas?" And he says, "Look, the guy driving it says, it's electric. This thing don't need gas." He looked at me and he says, "Hey," he says, "tell him he can put gas in that." I said, "Yeah, all you got to do is put the gas can and put it right in there." We got a kick. But here's the new ploy. Before he went inside, he done that double point. I'm sure you've seen car salesmen do it. One at their chest and one straight out, and looks at me and says, "Need a chocolate milk? I'll buy you a chocolate milk." They're trying to bribe people by buying them chocolate milk to buy cars. Can you imagine that? You twist on me. How about you?
Yeah, that's a new one.
Yeah, so I wonder where that come in. I guarantee you there's a marketing campaign that somebody's come up with that offer people chocolate milk. You know, there's always something behind that. I gotta admit, I've been offered a lot worse than chocolate milk. I thought you might find that a little entertaining. I guess that's all I have for tonight, Steve, and I thank you for having me back.
All right, thank you. Sharing some of those memories of Maverick. Yes, indeed. Well, here's something you may be pleased to hear. We've had many discussions about these newer headlights, blinding headlights. Anyone who's ever been temporarily blinded by high beam headlights will be happy to hear this. Highway safety regulators are about to allow new high-tech headlights that can automatically tailor beams so they focus on dark areas of the road and do not create glare for oncoming drivers. The National Highway Traffic Safety Administration says they've issued a final rule allowing what is called adaptive driving beam headlights on new vehicles. It goes in effect when published in the Federal Register here in the next few days. The headlights commonly used in Europe have LED lamps that can focus beams on darkness, such as driver's lane, an area along the roadside. They also lower the intensity of the light beams if there's oncoming traffic. Apparently, camera sensors and computers help determine where the light should go. This final rule will improve safety for pedestrians and bicyclists by making them more visible at night, and will help prevent crashes by better illuminating animals and objects in and along the road, according to the release from the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration. This was supported by the auto industry as the safety agency grapples with a dramatic rise in traffic deaths nationwide. The numbers have been going the wrong direction. Now, what is this going to cost us? They said the new lights will show up in more of your higher cost luxury vehicles at first, then will spread to more mainstream vehicles as the price of the technology falls. Right now, Audi, I guess, has it available. Audi charges $3,000 for the top version of the lights here in the U.S. The adaptive beam lights are offered on most Audi models in the U.S., but until now, they couldn't be used. An Audi spokesman said the company's evaluating whether the lights meet the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration standards and whether they can be activated. I guess so it's on the vehicles right now, but they're not activated. $3,000? Wow. You're taking your $50,000 vehicle and tagging another $3,000 onto it for the lights. All right, who we got checking in? Hello to Gary. We already saw a Dipsy driver out there. Eddie, how we doing there, Eddie? Down there in northwest Georgia. Or are you on the Tennessee side? Right there along the line somewhere. Matthew, Mike. Hey, we made it to another hump day. Yeah, throw in the full moon, MOON. Speaking of which, MOON spells party. There you go, MOON. That's good to have you with us, Gary. 21 past the hour. Have a safe day there at the recycling plant. Rick Friend is on board there in Columbus, Ohio, checking in. Everybody doing all right out there? We return into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you one of those truck drivers that came home after a long haul and found the only thing waiting for you was a stack of IRS letters? Your significant other was gone, but your newfound IRS problem is still there. I've heard this story many times over the years. While I can't help you with your broken heart, I can fix your tax problems. If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed for many years, call me for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Like I always say, you keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS.
145 over 92.
180 over 111.
I had a heart attack and a cardiac arrest and then a stroke.
Your blood pressure numbers could change your life. Lowering your high blood pressure could save you from a heart attack or stroke. If you've stopped your treatment plan, restart it or talk to your doctor about creating one that works better for you. Start taking the right steps at manageyourbp.org.
Now I'm, trying to get better, stronger than ever.
Brought to you by the American Heart Association, American Medical Association, and the Ad Council.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Who was that? Somebody asked the question, is the Daytona 500 this weekend? Yeah, I believe that is the case. I think they had their first, qualifying session. Let's see, qualifying comes up Wednesday at 8:05 p.m. Eastern Time there in Daytona. I guess they've had their first practice sessions. I think practice got underway Monday evening? Yeah, Monkey Gadget was talking about that Tuesday morning. Maybe it was Tuesday night, where they were going to fire up those engines. He's all excited about his Chevrolets. But, so I guess you got qualifying, then what do they call them nowadays? It used to be the twin duels, 125-mile races, split the field to kind of set the rest of the lineup after the individual qualifying just pretty much locks in the top two, the front row. It's always a lot different there at Daytona. But yeah, coming up this weekend, NASCAR is back. If you still watch NASCAR. Our number, 844-844-3388. As I wrapped the show up yesterday morning, we had a very quiet final hour that loneliest hour in radio. And yeah, normally Larry gives us a ring, Larry Stone. He wanted to let me know he has left his previous employer. He found an opportunity to take on, and you kind of explained there were several things going on that they just couldn't seem to get rectified there, and he just wanted to move on. Found an opportunity, but he said, Steve, I don't have to wake up till 5 o'clock in the morning now. I'm getting an entire extra hour to sleep. He said, so I won't be calling in as much, but I'll actually make sure to set my alarm clock to get up early on occasion so we can still touch base. And, of course, he can listen in on the podcast. But so we won't be hearing from Larry as much as we did in the past. He was pretty routine about checking in between like 4:30 and 5 a.m. on any given morning. But good luck with your latest endeavor there, Larry. And he did tell me he is planning to attend the Mid-America Truck Show. Like so many others. He says, I really would like to come down there and put a face with some of these voices, because he's called into and chatted with some of the after-hour lines and whatnot, so he spoke to many of you over the last year, and he wants to meet some of you. So if everything works out as planned, Larry will be joining us as well there in Louisville, March the 24th, 5th, 6th. I'm not sure if he's going to come one day, couple days, what the case is going to be. Heat wave, well, I suppose you're way too far away to make it to Louisville, Kentucky, huh?
But it's never too late to plan for next year, right?
That's true.
After all, I got 13 more months to do it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I asked the lady Heat Wave, I says, how would you like to go to a truck show? And she says, what's that? I said, it's like a trucking convention. You go there, see the different businesses, get free stuff. And she's like, well, where would we stay? And I said, well, your aunt and uncle live close by, don't they? Oh, I don't know. I said, they live in Indiana. It's just across the river. We'll be fine. Of course, she don't want to go on the Camaro. I don't blame her. You know, it's bad enough with me in there, but if she's in there, we'll have to stop at every rest area, every little trinket shop, every little Stuckies.
You'd have to leave a week early to get here. What the hell?
Exactly. Yeah. So, anyways, yeah, that's pretty damn sad. They stole that semi out of that Love's truck stop there on the hill, and well, it is Albuquerque, and that's one of the things they're good at, is stealing cars and trucks. And else you don't have to worry about them, not being trained on how to drive a truck, because all these things are now is just a pickup on steroids. You put the tumbler or the switch to drive, step on the gas, and go. What more is there to it? So, anyways, yeah, I was surprised that Gilligan didn't talk about those 6 TV sets he bought to put around his bus. He had a hell of a good deal. Did he tell you about that?
No, he did not.
He paid $150 for 6 flat screen TVs. I guess they're about 50 or 55 inch. And we had to put them on. He invited me to help him put them on the bus. So we did. And once we put the power on, well, we had the menu for Burger King on one side. We had the menu for Taco Bell in the rear. And we had the menu for Kentucky Fried Chicken on the other side.
Yep. There you go.
Said, damn it, boy, that's what you get for dealing with a crack addict, Hey, if it's too good to be true, then guarantee it's too good to be true. So I told him, I know somebody that can get us cheaper sets that will actually work. We just need to have those big TV cases, because those aren't flat screen TVs. They're, from the 70s and 80s, Magnavox, Zenith, stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
But, yeah, the only remote you have is whoever the little kid is walking by. You say, hey, change the channel. So that's how that works out. But, yeah, I told you folks, if y'all didn't call in, I was going to make a call. And I've got right wing nut over here trying to push in. I'm going to try to hold him off as best I can, because y'all don't need to hear that kind of nonsense that nut's going to spew out. But I did hear a rumor that Fly Rod is no longer a representative of Pluto Electronics.
I did hear that. Yes, rumor? I believe that's true.
Huh. Well, shoot. I was going to call him up and harass him over this one headset I got, but I guess I'm going to have to be talking to a complete stranger from now on. Oh, shoot. Well, anyways, I thought I'd just pass that along, and you have yourself a good night, senor, and we'll holler at you tomorrow.
Hey, thank you for checking back in once again there. Heat wave, be safe out there, and sounds like you might get a little more snow in your neck of the woods. All right, news break time, and we'll be back after this. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
Some members of the GOP are vowing to investigate Hillary Clinton if the Republican Party gains control in this year's midterm elections. Representative Dan Bishop of North Carolina, who will be on the House Judiciary Committee next year, spoke to Newsmax on Tuesday.
Everything the president said about being spied on, his intuition was exactly right. This is the worst scandal in political scandal in American history. It makes Watergate look like nothing. And, to your question about whether people will see consequences, we are going to get to the bottom of this. We're going to send the subpoenas. We're going to find out the full extent of what has happened.
Ukraine has experienced recent cyber attacks. On Tuesday, Ukraine's private bank, the country's Ministry of Defense and Armed Forces, and a separate bank were victimized. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Wayne Alaroot from my great friends John and Chelsea Jubilee of Energized Health. They're regular guests on my show, sharing their breakthrough science of intercellular hydration. Recently, they were guests at my wedding. Everyone kept saying, wow, you look so much younger, healthier, thinner, Wayne. You look younger at age 60 than 50. What did you do? And I pointed them to John and Chelsea and said, they did it. Go talk to them. Energized Health changed my life. And the proof isn't just in how I look. I lost 25 pounds of fat, including the dangerous visceral fat. And I've kept the fat off for over a year. And I'll be on this program for life because it's sustainable. Don't just take my word for it. I've received more fan mail about Energized Health than any other advertiser in history. John and Chelsea Jubilee are transforming lives. Right now, Energized Health is offering my fans the WAR 40% off decisive action discount. 40% off. Go to EnergizedHealth.com or call toll-free 888-444-8895, toll-free 888-444-8895, or EnergizedHealth.com.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. When we put our foam in your walls, it's like putting a coat around your entire home. It keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. We're getting homes ready right now for winter, and we have $1,000 savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net.
Hey, Dad, your prescription will be ready in just a minute. Hey, Dad, your laundry will be ready in just a minute. Dad, your lunch will be ready in just a minute.
Hey, honey, why don't you take a minute?
When you help care for a loved one, you give them as much time as you can, making sure they're safe and comfortable. But it's just as important that you take some time for yourself. At AARP, we can help with information and useful tips on how you can maintain a healthy life balance, care for your own physical and mental well-being, and manage the challenges of caring for a loved one. Because the better care you take of yourself, the better care you can provide for your loved one.
Thanks, Dad.
Thank you.
You're there for them. We're here for you. Find free care guides to support you and your loved one at aarp.org/caregiving. That's aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
And now back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're catching in the news break story where they're mentioning the Durham investigation. It's about 3 years now. But Republicans saying if they take back the House in the midterm elections, we're going to investigate Hillary Clinton. Can someone explain to me how, if a crime has been committed, which pretty much obviously someone has committed crime, right now they're looking to see how much and when did Hillary know what? But I mean, this Department of Justice, does the Department of Justice only investigate who's not in charge in the House of Representatives or the Senate? Isn't that what they're pretty much saying? This Department of Justice will not look into Hillary Clinton. We've got to take the House back, and then we'll look into Hillary. George Papadopoulos, remember that name? He was an advisor to Trump back on the 2016 campaign. Now, he said yesterday that panic is beginning to settle in for not only Hillary, but for the Democrat Party. And yes, the mainstream media regarding the latest uncovered by the Durham investigation. Now, I don't tune in to CNN or MSNBC. I don't catch the nightly news on any of the big three because I'm sleeping at that time. I'm curious, are any of them even saying a word about what Durham has unveiled? Now, he said, what this showcases to me is there was a tremendous collusion between not only the Democratic Party, but the Clinton campaign and likely the upper echelons of the Obama administration with the media to ascertain a falsehood that not only upended America for 4 years, but almost single-handedly destroyed a presidency. Now, he explained how the Durham inquiry is crucial to explaining how the Mueller investigation was an actual coup attempt against Trump. and hurt people like him who contributed to the 2016 Trump campaign. I can tell you, as somebody who was thrust into the fire of a coup attempt, and that's what this was, there was simply no factual basis to launch an investigation and let alone continue that investigation. What we saw with James Comey and Robert Mueller was a master class in deception, disinformation, and an attempt to overthrow the will of the American people in 2016. That's exactly what we're now seeing after Mueller failed. Is Durham meticulously peeling back the onion of corruption for the world to see? Not only that I lived with the 2016 campaign, but President Trump lived, and unfortunately the American people as a whole had to live through. But I see some saying, why did it take 3 years for Durham to say what we had been saying 3 years ago? All right, it all comes full circle, maybe, or does it? Time will tell. How many more years? Eagle, you hanging in there?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Go ahead. What's going on?
Okay. Yeah, I want to say something. Yeah, earlier tonight, I'm not going to say the guy's name. He mentioned my name, so I'm just going to put it this way, Steve. The guy, he said that he agreed with me about being blockading the international bridge into Canada. Well, first of all, Fred, I don't live in Canada, nor am I the president of Canada. So if you think it's not against the law, why don't you go to the bridge and park your truck there, and you'll find out if it's against the law when they arrest you, just like they arrested those Canadian drivers. So think about that next time you mention my name, and I think you know who I'm talking to. Now, Steve, let me say this right quick about the situation in Canada. This guy here, Trudeau, is playing some hardball like I've never seen a man play, and I learned some interesting things over this week. I didn't know that he is appointed for life. Only way Trudeau can leave office is if he has, or if a sudden death or something like that. They don't have an election every 4 to 8 years like the United States of America. So Canada, you got a real big problem with this guy because there's really seems no way you can get rid of him. So you can protest all you want, you park your trucks in front of the Capitol and you stay there. Because I see the guy on the video tonight, Steve, already truck drivers are pulling out right now. I was looking at some videos while you had me on hold on Fox. Truck drivers have bills to pay, have truck payments to pay. One guy said that, and now Trudeau is cutting off people's bank accounts. Mm-hmm. That's what I mean when he's playing hardball. And like I said, I've never heard of a government being able to do that, but only Trudeau can do it, where he cut off a man's funds. I heard that he cut off a GoFundMe that had over $8 million of donations that was supposed to go to truck drivers, and Trudeau cut that off. So, like I said, the protest is going to eventually come to an end because the truck drivers are going to run out of money, and Trudeau knows this, and that's the reason why he's not coming to the table to talk to these guys. He said in an interview over the weekend that there's nothing to talk about, that the mandates and these different rules and regulations in Canada are helping with the coronavirus. That's the way the guy feels. I don't feel like it's right, and I know it's right. But like I told you in my first phone call, Steve, everything that's happening in Canada right now will be coming to the United States real soon if the current guy stays in the White House. Because as you, I don't know if you know this or not, he's one of the guys that's giving Justin Trudeau advice on how to handle the fucking situation in Canada. So just remember I said that this same crisis will be occurring in the United States of America. For all you truck drivers out there who say you're not going to get vaccinated, well, I'd like for you to tell Mr. Trudeau and Joe Biden that we'll see how that turns out. So keep on protesting, and we'll see how it turns out in the end. You end up going broke in the long run, and I thank you for taking my call.
Eagle, thank you. He's been with us all night tonight, about 15 before the hour, and let's get to Rob, I believe it is. Morning, Rob. What's happening?
Morning, Steve. How are you?
Hey there.
See, on your topic there, it's sad to what the country and the politicians are getting. I guess just the state of where they're at. Imagine how good this country could be if everybody would just worry about themselves and not, I'm out to get this guy, or we're going to, sneak behind this guy and investigate this guy. I mean, if everybody just did their job, what they were elected to do.
Right.
Boy, we'd be, I mean, all of us only have so much energy and so much time in a day. You try to focus and do the best job you can for the job that you're supposed to do. And I don't know. It just seems like gossiping women in a factory that are bored and they got nothing better to do. And I don't know, but not really why I called in. Last Friday I had a my chart doctor's visit on my phone, which I had to have my daughter help me figure out how to do a FaceTime thing with my doctor, because if I did the FaceTime, I could get in right away. But if I needed to make an appointment and in-office visit, it'd be 3-4 weeks. And I don't understand how that works, but that's the way it is. And so anyways, she's just the doctor's asking me some questions, and she gets to the, did you have your influenza vaccination? I said, no. And she says, well, did you have your shingles vaccination? And I said, no. And then she says, well, have you had your COVID vaccination? And I said, no. And she says, well, why not? And I said, well, it doesn't prevent you from getting COVID. It doesn't prevent you from spreading it. And there's no accountability there if something would happen to you.
Mm-hmm.
And then she proceeds to tell me that you are right on a couple of things, but I do see healthy people your age, end up in the hospital. I'm 52 years old.
Mm-hmm.
I see healthy people your age end up getting it and end up in the hospital on ventilators. And I said, well, I'm going to just let my natural immunity do what it's supposed to do. And she says, you are wrong about the accountability. She says she gets on this little bit of a thing where this department or that department you can go to, and I've never heard of these things before. And I just was wondering if you had, I get all my news from you and your show, if you had heard of anything that people that end up with blood clots or, anything else that could happen, heart conditions that have had the vaccination, due to the vaccination, their family could go and try and get some compensation. Because she rattled off a couple things that said, yes, there is accountability. And I didn't really have a leg to stand on when it, to rebuttal to that, because I personally don't know. And I thought to myself, well, if there is, get in line, because your chances of getting anything out of it are probably pretty slim if there is such a thing.
There is a program that I touched on. It's probably been 5 or 6 months ago. And for all the claims that are submitted to this, whatever the process is, I think they've only settled 1 or 2 cases. 99% of the time they get rejected, especially with the COVID. I'll have to try to go back and see if I can dig that back up.
Oh, that's okay. I just was wondering if she was really right, or if she was just telling me, trying to talk me into getting the vaccination or not. But,
let me see. I just pulled this one up. There's something called the PrEP Act, PREP. Due to the PrEP Act program, vaccine manufacturers have zero liability regarding side effects, injuries, or deaths resulting from the COVID vaccine. This is because what the PrEP Act stands for. The Public Readiness and Emergency Preparedness Act grants those companies blanket immunity due to the situation's emergency medical nature. So if you experience adverse effects, you can't legally blame or sue the likes of Pfizer, Moderna, or J&J. Separate from that, there is another program that's supposed to be set up, but it's got a ceiling on what you can actually even go after, and it's a couple grand, I think. It ain't much, but realistically, all the manufacturers are blanket immunity.
Right. It's not going to change my mind either way. I just was curious if was such a thing, but I appreciate you clearing that up for me.
All right. Thank you very much.
Have a good night.
All right, Rob. Yeah, great to have you with us. CNBC headline: you cannot sue Pfizer or Moderna if you have severe vaccine side effects. And this is where the other program comes in. The government likely will not compensate you for damages either. So there you go. Is anyone liable? Let's see. You cannot sue the Food and Drug Administration for approving or disapproving a drug. That is part of the sovereign immunity. Sovereign immunity came from the king, referring to British law before the American Revolution. You could not sue the king. So America has sovereign immunity, and even each state has sovereign immunity. Somewhere down the line, let's see. The government has created a way for people to recover some damages should something go wrong following immunization. In addition to the legal immunity, the PrEP Act, which we just shared, there's a little-known government program that's been around for a decade. It's managed by an agency under Health and Human Services. This fund typically only deals with vaccines you probably would never even get, the H1N1 or the anthrax vaccine. If a case for compensation through the CICP is successful, which most of the time it is not, the program provides up to $50,000 per year in unreimbursed lost wages and out-of-pocket medical expenses. It will not cover legal fees for anything to compensate for pain and suffering. It is also capped at a death benefit, $370,000 and some change, which is the most a surviving family member receives in the event that a COVID vaccine proves to be fatal. But experts specializing in vaccine law said it's very difficult to navigate. This government compensation program is very hard to use. The bar for compensation is very high. In other words, when push comes to shove, someone who has a, quote, reaction to a vaccine, whatever it might be, blood clots, a stroke, heart attack, can you prove beyond a shadow of a doubt that it was caused by the vaccine? Just because you have a stroke 2 days after the shot, your body may have been ready to have a stroke 2 days after you. And again, so finding lawyers to even try to go in and take up your case is almost impossible. Plus, they say there is a strict 1-year statute, meaning that all claims have to be filed within 12 months of receiving the vaccine. See, isn't that a kick in the pants? In other words, what if you come down with some harmful reaction 2, 3, 4 years from now? That statute that's run its course. You're on your own. But do a little research yourself. And again, this not from some off-the-wall anti-vaxxer. That's everything I just shared. It was quoting from the report from CNBC, no less. And we'll come back and let's just jump back up to the calls here. Let me get Knuckle Buster had something else to throw in here.
Knuckle Buster?
Yes, sir.
What's the definition of a cynic?
A cynic?
Somebody that's just out for their self-interest, right? That's the whole world. Yeah. Everybody's out for their own self-interest there. As far as Hillary, I don't think they're going to do anything to her. And for them high beam headlights, Steve, when they stop, pull your ball peen hammer out and wham, headlights out. I'd take care of them high beams there for you. And when you're standing in front of the ladies' room holding your wife's purse, and everybody looks at you and walks by and tell them when my love returns from the ladies' room, will I be too old to care? And the only reason we're having all this good time going down the highway laughing and stuff because of Chris Grabelchik. Make sure you got to buy some of that Hot Shot Secret product, like fixing the lemonator, everyday diesel. All you people still driving up there in that snow, get you some anti-gel there. And Make sure you buy some Steve Sommers overnight drive products too. Oh yeah, I forgot. Don't forget to put overnight drive code in the box at checkout. Get your discount there. And Steve, that's all I got for this morning. So have a great day, buddy.
Thank you much, Knucklebuster. And I do believe Heatwave had a quick follow-up for Eagle. Go ahead there, Heatwave.
Eagle, the handle is Heatwave. Don't be afraid to say it. I just said that how else is the trucking bunch supposed to get their agenda across, get their views across? If they don't do something drastic, being on the bridge, yeah, it may be illegal. It probably is because you're blocking international commerce. But how else were they supposed to say, hey, we have had enough? And for the Canadian government and the U.S. government to an extent understand that we're tired of the BS. Now, brother, and you may yell at me for calling you a brother, but we're out here, we're brother truckers. We can disagree on something and not have to get on a high horse. I mean, you want to talk to me? Hey, Steve's got my phone number. Give me a call. Let's talk. Let's do this civilized. But I mean, just because this one time I disagree with you on something doesn't mean I'm your enemy. So anyway, that's what I wanted to get across. It's not that I vehemently disagree with Eagle.
Right.
And I know where he lives. He says he lives in Texas. Fine. I know he's not a Canadian truck driver. Let's not make this personal. Let's just go on it at a friendly level and just be done with it. All right? It's Heatwave. Don't be afraid to say it. Say it loud, say it proud, like you call yourself Eagle, the American Eagle. Be proud. But let's just, don't get on a high horse on both sides, and we could have a great friendship here. So that's all I need to say, Senor.
Yes.
Have yourself a good night.
Yes, thank you very much. Now, I think real quick, like Country Bumpkin, you got some of a traffic hazard. What you got?
Yes, sir. Westbound 72, just east of Macon, sir. There's a truck on fire.
So they will have they'll have the emergency equipment responding there, and that may be shut down briefly.
It's already there.
Okay.
It's already there. The truck was pretty much gone when I went by it here just a couple minutes ago.
Okay. So it's shut down that direction, I'm guessing?
No. They're letting you by in the left lane.
Okay. All right. Just heads up. Thank you for the report there. And you're going to wrap things up with us here this Wednesday morning. And we'll see you back at the midnight hour tonight. If things pan out as the forecasters tell us, we may have a very busy night ahead of us, keeping up to speed with possibly severe weather, tornadic activity. Some of you are going to be dealing with snow. Come back for all the latest. Our next edition of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.